Howdy, everyone. Today is Tuesday, June 13th, 2023, and the time is 6 p.m. We're here for the regular session of the Coppell City Council. We do have a quorum present, so I'm calling the meeting to order. We will be convening into executive session in the first floor conference room that is closed to the public for our discussions. At the end of the executive session, I'll come back out and announce that we will be going into work session, at which time the public will be invited to join us. Thank you for your patience. Good evening, everybody. We have adjourned from executive session, and the time is 6:28 p.m., and we're going to move into work session in the first floor conference room, and the public is invited to join us. Thank you.
They all heard it's your first official full meeting, so they all showed up, right? They're going very wide.
Just be careful. I got so used to overlooking Cliff over here, so you're going to have to help with our
Mayor, on that one, we'll wait for you to have the final word. This company actually changed their name today.
Okay.
So it will actually go up contract to Model 1, which is formerly known as.
Got it. All right. Good evening, everybody. The time is 6:30 p.m. We're in work session of the Coppell City Council. We have 4 agenda items on our list tonight. First one is discussion of the agenda. Anybody have any comments or questions on our either consent or regular agenda for tonight? Other than the fact that item F of the consent will have a name change.
Correct.
They changed it today?
Yes, it actually changed date. F is the shuttle bus for the prisoner transport, and it was with Creative Bus, and they actually changed their name officially today. It's a rebranding, so it's now called Model 1, formerly known as Creative Bus. So
Got it.
it doesn't change anything with the award of the contract or the amount. It's just a name change for the vendor.
Mark?
I did have a question about item D on the flooring. The low bid was $138,000, and it was substantially lower than the other two. Have we done business with Gomez before?
Yes, sir. I'll let Steve.
Thanks.
Yes, Councilmember. Gomez Flooring is actually the company that put the last carpet in the town center, and we've used them on several other projects. And that was a concern of mine as well, but I'm hoping that since they've already done it, they've done their homework. And plus, it's a tangible item. I can stand there and watch them and make sure that they follow the contract completely. That's why we specified exactly which carpet squares and glue and everything that they will use in advance.
Sounds like we're getting a good deal then.
I think so, yes. So,
You wouldn't have done it otherwise, would you?
pardon me?
You wouldn't have done it otherwise, would you?
Hope, no. The one other thing, following up on that, is that I believe the reason that the other bids may be high is they're having to use a third party to move the furniture in and out of place where Gomez Flooring is doing it themselves.
Ah, that's what.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
John?
On item C, just wanted to see if you could just go ahead and go over on the legal fee that's being increased from 529,539, which amounts to what, include 400,000. Can you just go ahead and go over that?
Sure. We are amending the legal fees related to the litigation that's going on with the Rule 3.334. And so the amount includes $400,000, which is the estimated cost of a summary judgment and then the trial. Plus it's including $129,539, which is the amount that was remaining from the $300,000 that was approved by council on April 12th of 2022. A PO was not created, so an encumbrance carryover did not come over, but we feel that that amount is still needed for the legal, so we wanted to go ahead and amend for that amount also.
So we're adding how much on top of what we already approved?
400,000.
400,000.
Yes.
Just want to get that first. And then,
Sorry.
oh, and then I want to talk about E, item E. Just had a question on this one.
Half necessity.
Would we have needed this change if it wasn't for that, I guess, the development in that one section?
Correct.
We wouldn't have needed the change.
Correct, yeah, so with that development, it was gonna be originally designed as a hooded turn. Since we're opening up to a full-size intersection, we need change.
Okay, and then it says that we will be getting, I guess, reimbursement from the developer. Do we have an idea as to how much that will be?
Not yet, that's what we're working on. We were hoping to bring it all into one council meeting, but we're still working on the pricing, and so it'll be the next council meeting in July.
Do you know if it's closer to what we're gonna be paying additional to?
Yeah, it's not gonna, I don't know, I don't have the exact number. There's not much change. The pavement's still the same quantity. It's just the configuration changes, and so there may be some additional quantities for certain things.
Okay. Just trying to see how much being made up for after the developer, gets reimbursed it. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Anybody else? All right, seeing none, let's go on to item B. This is a discussion regarding the designation of Mayor Pro Tem and Council Committee assignments. This is really mine. I just wanted to go over, we talked about the Mayor Pro Tem some time ago. It is, after the election, it is appropriate for us to appoint a new Mayor Pro Tem. By consent, the next person up would be John June. This is obviously at your discretion, but by the convention that we established, he's the most senior, and I don't even want to try to word it, the most senior person that hasn't served yet. So there's a lot of negative or double negatives that go into that statement. So, Kevin?
I just want to make sure that Councilmember John June is willing to step up for the roles and responsibilities that the Mayor Pro Tem may require.
Sure.
Okay.
And
Kevin trying to convince me.
and to be fair, the Mayor Pro Tem does step in when the mayor is unable or is unavailable. And I go to my greatest lengths to be here because that's kind of what I think I was elected to do. So I'm not saying I'm trying to kick the Mayor Pro Tem out of a job, but kind of my job is to do the mayor job, so. And occasionally I did have to call on Bijou and Brianna before that, so it'll happen. All right, that is an item on the agenda, so we can move on. Committee assignments. I take this very seriously because I really, really try to give everybody their number one choice. And this one was incredibly convoluted with the way that you guys picked your choices. And it's not your fault, but to make it come out even, the assignments are Carrollton Farmers Branch LISD is Mark. The CISD is Brianna. The seniors is jointly conducted with Kevin and John. And this was the difficult part. I tried to only give you your first choice. And if I had done that in the case of John or Kevin, it would have rippled down the list. Because, for example, if I had given John the seniors and Kevin would have gotten choice number 2, which was Brianna's number 1 choice. So it just really rippled down and I couldn't do it for every case. But the good news is you all got your first choices anyway. Don, you've got the DRMC. Mark, you've got Woven Health Clinic. I meant to email you, there was a really nice article in the paper about Woven on Sunday.
I didn't see that.
You had to take a look at it. It was really well done. Bijou, you have MetroCrest. And then we get into some of the non-number 1 choices. Don, you've got COG. Brianna has NTC. Bijou, you have the Historical Society. Jim, you have Dallas College. And Jim, you have the CAC. I can send these out by email. I also did what's that?
I was just looking at the list.
So I did an average to see what everybody's average number was. The number 1 most asked for by average was MetroCrest at 3. Well, actually 2 of them, MetroCrest and CAC. Then CISD came in at an average of 4. Seniors were at 4.33. And historical was at 5.5. And there were 11 choices, so 5.5 would be your median. So everything else, Dallas College was a 6.3. The Carrollton Farmers Branch LISD was a 6.8. Woven Health was 7.1. COG was 7.3. DRMC was 7.3. And NTC was a 7.4. So there's some of those, the last 5 of them were way below the median. And so I just want to throw out, we don't have to have liaisons for these. And clearly they were not in your number 1 choice. And even if you wanted to serve, for example, on the what was it, the DRMC, you can continue serving on the committee. It's not because you're a liaison. So I think at some point when we do this again, probably in the winter, we may need to have a little discussion on whether we want to continue to support all of these groups with a liaison. We'll continue to support them. It's just, I'm not real clear what liaison with some of these. I was a liaison with the COG, and I mean, they had 83 different subcommittees. You couldn't keep up with all of them. Any thoughts, comments? I don't mean to be throwing a bombshell. Hope I'm not. All right. Don?
I do have a request. So on DRMC, they have just in the last day or 2 asked if we could have an alternate behind that would fill in when, if by chance I wasn't there. And they're not asking just Coppell, all the member cities are being asked. So, does anybody, apparently nobody has any interest in DRMC. So it's like, all my top choices are at the bottom.
So you're just the man for the job.
Apparently, I've always got these jobs.
So Don, DRMC rated a 7, an 8, 2 9s, and a 10. And you're number
for
one.
me.
And you're number one.
Yes, what does that say?
No,
So
it's,
you don't have many assignments. Would you like to be an alternate?
Why are you doing this to me right now?
I noticed all of us have 2 assignments except John and Kevin,
Kevin.
who are splitting an assignment.
that's correct.
Notice that. I tend to notice that, yes.
This was this was the absolutely only way I could even come out close to having everyone get their number one choice. If I had broken that up and only had one assignment to the seniors, then it would have, at least 3 people would have not have gotten their number one choice.
Yeah. Well, DRMC has
What's
asked
an
for an
alternate?
alternate. Is that, is anybody interested by chance?
What would that require?
Well, probably nothing. I go to most of the meetings, but not everybody on the DRMC
So is
goes
this
all the
like,
time.
if you are unable to fulfill, would someone
I guess you
step
would
in?
go, yeah, because they want to be able to reach quorum
Is this Zoom or is this in person?
in person or at NTTA. Do you have an opinion? Do we need to name someone, or do I just tell them we're not going to name anybody?
Why can't you just, if you can't show, why don't you just ask somebody to show up in your absence?
What did I do to you?
I can do that. No, that's fine.
Honestly.
I go, I'm there most of the time.
I mean, seriously, if you're not going to be there, just ask somebody to show up.
Okay,
I'm willing to help.
that's fine.
You just let me know.
Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah.
You can call me. I'm
You'd
available.
be willing to go?
Yeah.
Yeah, a
He's
lot of
one.
mayors go.
I'm not on the list there, so.
Okay,
He's more important.
I'm good with the assignments.
Don's following paperwork, Kevin.
I know what's going on.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, that was all I had on item B. Anybody have any comments, questions? Okay, we're going to move on to item C, which is a discussion regarding the solid waste contract. Mr. Rayo. Oh, there you are. I'm sorry.
You have the presentation?
Move on to the next one.
Oh, life is good here. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, we would like to give you a quick update about the solid waste contract. And at the end of the presentation, we're looking to get direction from you regarding the appropriate next steps. I'll talk about our services, compare our services to other cities, the status of the market, and appropriate next steps. A little bit of history. In 2014, we signed solid waste contract with Republic Services for 7 years, with 2 optional 5-year renewal contracts. In 2020, we renewed the contract with Republic for 5 years, which will expire on October 31st, 2026, with an option to renew the contract for 5 more years before that date. It may be early to talk about the contract renewal. However, if council doesn't want to renew the contract as is, staff will need 18 to 24 months to undergo a new selection process. Before we talk about the selection process, let's talk about our services. When you think about Republic Services, I want you to think about it in 4 different buckets. Things that we get, services we get twice a week, some services we get once a week, some services we only get once a month, and we have annual service we receive once every year. For garbage and bulk waste are collected twice weekly, while recycling and green waste collected once a week every Wednesday. The contract also includes a one-time per month collection for household hazardous waste, electronics, and one-time landfill access to any resident who lives in Coppell who present a valid ID and a water bill. The city also receives free services to all our city facilities. We get 180 cubic yards that we use at the community garden and with our community experience department. And we also get a $15,000 allowance for disaster debris. In case we have a storm, for first $15,000 Republic invest in the city, it's free of charge for us. It's in the contract. If we have a year that we don't have any storm, they write a check. At the end of the year, they write us a check. So you'd look at those 4 buckets, and to put in perspective, we service about 12,000 homes in Coppell. we touch every house 4 times, twice for trash, 1 for green waste, and 1 for recycling services. That's 48,000 touch points we do every year with our residents. So every week, we touch every residence 4 times. Just tells you the amount of service that we provide for our residents. These are the services that we receive from the city, but how do we compare to other cities? We compared our service to 11 other cities. We chose cities based on 3 criteria. We wanted the city to be in North Texas, has a population 25 to 50,000, or directly surrounding city of Coppell. When we did that, we found from the 11 cities, 5 of them are serviced once per week, 7 of them serves twice per week. 4 of them pay more money than us, and 6 of them pay less than us. However, if you look at the chart, which is in ascending orders, City of Cedar Hill, City of Keller, and South Lake pay very close amount to what we pay. 5 of these cities receive the service from Republic. With us is 6 cities, 1 from Waste Management, and CWD service 3 cities, and only Irvin, they do their own collection. Really 2 things I want to point out because it's clear on the chart. City of Hearst have different type of services that we do, and their contract will expire at the end of this year, so they'll have to renew the contract. So this rate is not accurate to what you'll see when they renew the contract. City Farmers Branch, they have 25% discount because they have a free access to the landfill. They own the landfill. So that price, you add 25% to that to make it equivalent comparison to us. We also looked at the rate increase in North Texas, which I'll go over the next slide. This is a sample of rate increase across North Texas. It ranges between 3% to 11%. 3% is being the lowest, which is our annual increase rate. 11% is the highest, with most cities ranging between 5 to 8%. There are a number of reasons why this rate increasing rapidly to other cities. Rising cost of fuel is costing them more to fuel their trucks. Increased cost of waste disposal. We are paying a lot, the waste managers paying a lot more money, or the Republic paying a lot of money to dispose the trash to get from us. Staff shortage, higher wages, and truck cost. When we signed this contract, which I was here, their truck used to cost $200,000. Now the same truck is costing them $300,000. Based on all factors I mentioned above, Republic services might come back and ask us for some type of increase. That 3%, like that 3% on top, they might ask us to increase a little bit. We don't know the exact number, but they might come back and ask us. So the direction I need tonight pertain to the following questions. Would you like to exercise the last renewal option with Republic Services? Which option 1 on the screen, exercise the last renewal option with Republic Services. If you choose that option, we'll come back in 2025 and renew the contract as it with minor changes to the contract. Or would you like us to hire a consultant and test the market? If you want us to make changes to our existing contract and you like us to test the market, we would like to hire a consultant to go through the process, specifically to do 3 things, and I'll come back to the screens. We want to do a detailed market assessment if we go out. We need to do a resident or customer survey to see what residents, what kind of service would you like they like to have, and we will hire a consultant to help us with the contract negotiation and request for proposal assistance. There's a price if we hire a consultant. It's probably about $100,000. We have it in the budget, but the budget hasn't been approved. So if you approve option 2, if this is what you like to do, we'll have to start the process in October, because the process takes about 18 to 24 months before it could happen. So if we start in 2024, in January 2024, we probably won't even have a contract till the end of 2025. And that's why it seems early that we're here today, but we need to plan ahead for this contract. And I'm now open for any questions.
Bishu?
Thank you for the presentation. Have we done any survey with the existing residents about the opinion of Republic?
We haven't done a formal survey. I received probably, in our office, received probably 90% of the calls. And I was here when we had a contract with Waste Management. Those calls, it's almost the same thing, regardless the name of the company. I was here in 2000, long time ago, 2009, when we had the contract with Waste Management. It's the same amount of call and the same kind of calls that we receive. And I usually keep a logbook of things that residents would like to see different or anything like that, and I usually look at it every time we talk to Republic.
Kevin?
Thank you for the presentation. Did you? I heard you say about option one, where we renew the last renewal option. Did I hear you say something that there would be some minor changes to the contract? I just want to make sure I heard what you said.
Yeah, when we renew the contract, we will have an option if we want to change something minors and Republic approves it and agree on it, we can. Or they might come us with a minor change for their own, and we have the right to say yes or no to it as well.
Okay, I gotcha. What is what does that renewal option look like? Because I wasn't here for the last renewal, so what is? I guess I want to make sure I understand what the ask is. Obviously, you go out, test the market, go find out. But what am I comparing it to with this last renewal option? What does that look like?
So the last time we renewed the contract was 2020. The market was completely different. That was July or October 2020, in the middle of COVID.
Mm-hmm.
The market was a little bit more stable. The cost was starting to increase. So it's a different market we're comparing to both. But at that time, we signed the contract as if no changes.
Don?
A couple of things. Is staff getting feedback that may lead you to think that citizens want something different, want different services or different frequency? Or is there any material feedback that would cause us to need to change what services we are getting from Republic now?
When I was with here when we did waste management. When I was with waste management, you'll hear some residents say I want Republic. When you go with Republic, you hear some residents want with waste management.
Okay.
But the bottom line, a lot of times when people call us, we'll ask them, what problem would you like us to solve? Right? Is it missed trash? We'll go take care of it. So a lot of times when you ask questions, you get to the bottom of the problem, you're able to solve it without having to have the discussion, which company would you like to have?
And then the other thing, you said that Republic could come back and actually ask for a bigger increase than 3%. Is there leeway in the contract or something that they can actually escalate more than the 3%? Or would they just be coming back and opening the agreement again, or asking us to open the agreement again?
They will have to ask us to open the agreement at the end of the 2026. We will ask them to give us what they like to do way earlier than that, so we could come back and have this discussion here. But they have the right to ask us, and we have the right to refuse.
Okay, but you're not saying like next year they can't come back and ask for more than 3%?
If they did, we just would say we're not going to have this discussion until the end of the contract.
Okay, I understood that maybe they had some leeway to ask for bigger than 3% during the middle of the contract, but
They had before come
Okay.
back and ask us, but we usually, or at least test us to see what our appetite, and we usually say no.
yeah, not until the end of the contract to renegotiate. Okay, thanks.
Kevin?
I guess, so I saw that the other cities, that annual increase you referenced, Louisville 5, Grapevine, Keller 8, have they recently renegotiated their contracts? So these are the current annual increases that they're looking at, or is this old contract, or do you have that information?
No, most of the city have recently renewed their contract. Like City of Louisville just got the Republic 2 years ago. Grapevine renewed the contract recently. We're lucky because we signed the original contract back in 2013 when the fuel prices, truck prices were a lot lower than today.
So basically what you're by showing us this, you're saying that if we go hit the market, we're probably looking at higher annual increases.
I've talked to a couple of consultants when they looked at the contract just to see what the market looked like. Both of them said most likely that 3% will become 7 to 8%, just based on the inflation.
Got it. Cool. Thank you.
John?
Louis, back then you said when we switched from, I guess, waste management to Republic, you said we had complaints at that time, and was that the reason why we tried to change to Republic, or was it another reason?
No, the main reason we changed from Waste Management back then, Waste Management used to service us on Saturdays. The kids were playing in the alleys and the streets. A lot of neighbors did not feel this is a good choice for us. So we wanted to make sure we service our residents during the week when kids are at school. But Waste Management back then was strict on it. No, we service you on Saturday.
Okay.
So that was the main reason.
Okay, and you mentioned something about the complaints that you had with Waste Management is still the same with Republic, the same complaints?
Yeah, it's no different than the type of complaints we're getting today. Again, we have 48,000 touch points, so when we receive complaints, it's normal for us to receive complaints, not a lot, but when we do, we solve the problem right there and then. But it's the same number, almost quality and quantity of the complaints.
And when we switched at that time, were we paying lower with Waste Management, or was it pretty much equivalent that when we switched?
It's pretty equivalent, pretty equivalent. The main thing back then, main thing was we wanted to have recycling card. We didn't have recycling card before that. The second thing, what we wanted to do, just make sure we service our residents not on the weekends. Because like when they miss it on the weekends, like on Saturday, by the time we call them, it's Monday, and we picked up them the second day, Monday. So it didn't make a lot of sense.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but Waste Management didn't have the hazardous waste and electronic recycling.
They did it initially, but then we added it, but it was coming out of pocket. So back then, we would have to pay for it.
Yeah. Don?
One follow-up, so the timing on if we decided to just exercise the 5-year option, so there may be some back and forth between us and Republic on what the next 5 years would look like. And we can say no, they can say no, things like that. When would we actually pull the trigger on that option? I guess I want to make sure that there's enough time, if by chance they do come in and say, oh, we need 15%, I mean, I'm making up stuff, but 15% increase, we have time to actually go out and...
Yeah, I'll start engaging with them late 2024.
Okay.
And say, hey, we're having interest to renew the contract. So if they cannot have any surprises. We need to know.
So we'll know ahead of time, and we'll
way ahead of time.
Okay. I guess I tend to say we go on with the 5-year option is what I would say. That would be my direction, if you're asking.
Jim?
Yeah, I don't know why we spend $100,000 on a consultant if we can lock our current deal in at 3% when we know the inflationary pressures are going to bring a much higher
I
rate.
think that was what he's saying, it won't be 3%.
It might.
Do they have an option to, on the renewal, do they have an option to revise certain terms and not others, or?
Well, we have to agree on the whatever they come back with us. But even if they increase, they'll increase a little bit. We don't have a specific number, but it wouldn't be 9 or 8% because at that point we'll just this.
But if we hold firm at the 3%, then do they have the right to walk away?
They can, but they'll give us an ample opportunities to look for other options.
Okay.
Because what we could do, and when I talk to consultant, let's say they come back with a number and we say we don't want to, we're going to test the market. The consultant had said most likely we'll get Republic again, it's just a different rate. Because Waste Management is building out of most cities in North Texas. So if you look at the screens right here, most of these cities are serviced by Republic anyway. So our option to get a provider is CWD, Republic Services, or do it our own, which we don't have the capacity to do.
So it's an option to maintain the contract, but we're really just renegotiating the deal altogether.
If we refuse, if they come back with a certain number and we refuse to do it, we'll just have to renegotiate the contract.
Okay. Thank you.
My pleasure.
No matter what, trash is getting more expensive.
What's that?
No matter what, trash is getting more expensive.
Well,
Yes, sir.
it was, he didn't talk about the process that we had to go through to change it, but it was painful. And we ended up getting a really good deal with Republic. Mark?
Yeah, I remember when we made the switch, there was a pretty big learning curve, and there was a period of time where we saw a lot of complaints. How long was that period where they were escalated?
It's probably for that first year, we had a lot of complaints.
Yeah, and I think changing providers, we could see that again, and I don't, if we can come to some agreement, I think we'll save our citizens a lot of heartache and staff a lot of work if we just stay with them. And then, we still have that option too available to us if the number doesn't come out right. So we'll start renegotiating.
So what do you need from us tonight?
I think I've got enough information. You'd like us to at least stay with Republic, exercise option 1 on the screen as it, or if they come back with a reasonable number. If not, we'll just come back here and you'll give us a green light to test the market. Is that what I heard?
John?
Yeah, Louis, can you go back to the slide where we had the services, the type of services we have?
4 boxes.
Yeah.
4 boxes.
On this one, is that something that residents can find online?
They can, but not in this format.
Okay.
If you like this format, I'll be more than happy to add it to our website.
Well, I think it just makes it easier for people to know what services. I see it all the time. People asking, when do they pick up these type of things? So
Yeah, so we have that information, but again, this format, I think it makes it a little bit easier
Yeah.
to read.
okay.
Good. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Item D, Ms. Hurley. Discussion regarding zoning and general code of ordinance updates. You've been warning us about this for some time.
I have been warning you about this, so tonight is the night.
Can you do 28 minutes?
I can go quickly, so I'll go as quickly as you need me to. So, good evening, Mayor and Council. Is the presentation ready? Okay, thank you. We're used to it being pulled up, I'm sorry. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight to discuss several proposed ordinance changes. Staff has been reviewing our current ordinances to see where improvements and changes needed to be made. So the changes being proposed this evening either provide greater clarity or improve current regulations and create more flexibility for our customers. There are a series of proposed ordinance changes that we'll be bringing forward over the coming months, but we've broken them down into smaller groupings so that we don't overwhelm you in any one setting. So if City Council is favorable to these proposed changes, the ordinance amendments will be brought forward for consideration and adoption by City Council on July 11th of 2023. A few of the ordinances are located in the zoning ordinance and will require review by the Planning and Zoning Commission before they are brought to you for adoption. So those ordinances will be heard by P&Z on June 15th, which is 2 nights from now. So we wanted to brief you on the proposed changes before they went to P&Z because these changes are being initiated by the city. And so tonight we'd like your feedback prior to the ordinances going to P&Z so that if there's anything that you are that you would like to see changed, we can kind of incorporate those changes in before we present them to P&Z. So with that, I'll go ahead and provide a brief overview of each change now. So the first proposed ordinance change is located in Chapter 12, Article 31-32. Currently, facilities such as daycares, day schools, child training, and care establishments are currently required to have a circular drive for child drop-off at the front door of the building. Over the years, there have been numerous requests for variances to this requirement, and those variances have typically been granted. So tonight, we're proposing a text amendment that would now allow for a circular drive at these facilities or 3 parking spaces by the front entrance in lieu of a circular drive. This will be particularly beneficial to facilities located in a retail center or on a lot that is tight for space. So you can see on this picture right here that has the 3 parking spaces right at the front rather than the circular drive. Our next proposed change I'm sorry.
Question.
Okay.
For those 3 spaces, how do they keep them open during, the unload, and how do you keep people from parking there permanently?
Oh, I think usually, yeah, there's usually, you could put signage, but in addition to that, I think the only people that stay there permanently are usually for staff, and so they're just instructed not to park there. The next proposed change involves temporary real estate and subdivision identification signage. This change will be found in Chapter 6, Article 6-15-6 of the Code of Ordinances. Currently, real estate signs are required to be set back a minimum of 15 feet. And so unfortunately, with the hedgerows that we require, that block the signage from public view when the sign sits back 15 feet from the right-of-way. So we're proposing an ordinance change that would now allow those temporary signs to be located 10 feet from the right-of-way to provide greater visibility of the signs, as long as it is out of the visibility triangle for motorists. So that will be the one requirement, that it has to be out of the visibility triangle.
There's no time limitation for how long those signs can stay out? Because they're temporary, but there's no indications what temporary means.
Yeah, I think it's limited to up until a certain amount of the lease space is occupied, and then they're required to be moved.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
I'm going to phone a friend on a lot of the questions, so just so you're prepared. The next ordinance change will be found in Chapter 12, Article 12-29-43B2. Sorry, it's a lot. This proposed change pertains to building signage for tenants with multiple facades that face public streets. So some examples of this are corner lots such as CVS, Walgreens, Capital One, I believe. The other examples are places like J. Macklin's that have the front that face Denton Tap, but then also the rear that faces a public street also. So the current ordinance requires a tenant with multiple facades to split their total allowable signage on the multiple facades facing, fronting a public road. And so essentially what that does, it results in smaller signage on both facades if they decide to put signage on both. So this proposed change would treat each facade as if it was on its own, and that would allow for larger signs on each facade that fronts a public street. So then businesses will have multiple facades now with signage that provides greater visibility on each public street, which allows for greater visibility for the business. So. Okay, then next change, so I've included this tonight just because this was in your memos. So this is regarding refuse and recycling facilities. However, I will tell you, we went ahead and included it because it was in the memo, but as we continue to review the ordinance, we believe we can provide even greater clarity, so we're actually not going to bring that one forward at this time. So that will come at a later time for you all. The next proposed change can be found in Chapter 3, Article 3-5. This proposed change impacts the current regulations for solid waste, recyclable materials, and yard trimmings for residential properties. The current ordinance caused confusion on collection, location, and container removal, so staff is proposing changes that provides greater clarity. The first change differentiates between those that have street side pickup and those that have alley side pickup. So I'll go ahead and give you an exhibit here. Those that have street side pickup would be required to remove cans, carts, and materials that are not collected from the curbside to behind the front building line after collection. So you can see that's the main structure with the street in front. Those are located back behind the building line. That's kind of a picture so you can see not stored out in front, but rather pulled back behind the building line. Those that have alley side pickup would be required to remove the same items after collection to a location no closer than 5 feet from the edge of the alley pavement and place them in such a manner that prevents them from rolling into the alley, spilling, or littering. And so that's, you can see right there, that's the alley with the 5 feet setback. And then you can kind of see an example of one that is not okay and then one that is okay that's back behind. And we've included a new definition for curbside and also for fence line, so this should provide some clarity for our residents.
Kevin. And just to clarify, this would be for collection days, like this is where they would be stored for, or put out for collections, not for general storage?
No, this would be after collection.
After collection?
After collection.
Oh yeah, we gotta do that.
So, and your HOA may have other requirements.
Correct. So if your HOA has other regulations, you clearly have to follow those HOA regulations. This is just what the city standard would be if there's not an HOA dictating that.
Jim?
And the ordinance is going to specify that the movement of the containers has to be the same day as the collection?
Yes, that still remains the same on time frame for removal, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Okay. Our final ordinance change for this evening pertains to our current regulations on accessory structures for 1 and 2 family residential uses. So the specific ordinance being revised can be found in Chapter 12, Article 35-2. There are several proposed changes to this ordinance, so I'll kind of go through them individually. So the first change will allow for pool cabanas to now have a 3/4 bath, a workshop to have a half bath, and all other accessory structures to have a 3/4 bath. That is a result of several of the calls and requests that we're getting on a regular basis. The ordinance will still specify that sleeping chambers are prohibited, which will prevent dwelling units from being constructed without the proper zoning. The next set of changes apply to accessory structures less than 150 square feet in size. The following changes are what are being proposed. Now the maximum height will be 12 feet. That will be measured from the lowest grade to the peak of the structure, which is a change from the current 10 feet maximum height. I'm sorry.
You said the lowest grade to the peak. That probably should read from the grade plane in case that there's a big slope. So you take the average, and that's the definition right out of the building code.
Okay. Okay. No, thank you. We'll put that in. And again, currently it's 10 feet, and it's also measured differently based on the roof type, so that's created a lot of confusion for individuals in the community, so we feel like this will clear it up for them if we just change it to a maximum 12 feet height to the peak. Then our setbacks will be as follows. 3 feet minimum when adjacent to an alley, and that's what our current regulation is. 5 feet minimum when adjacent to another property, and that's currently...
You need to go back to the previous slide. There.
Oh, I'm sorry. So sorry. Okay. Okay, so 3 feet when adjacent to an alley, 5 feet minimum when adjacent to another property. That is currently 10 feet. So we're changing that to 5 feet. And then a 10-foot minimum setback when backing onto a public street. And currently, our ordinance reads that that has to match the front yard setback of the respective district, which is typically anywhere from 25 to 30 feet. So these are significant changes in the setbacks, but again, this is what we're hearing from residents as well as kind of looking at studying some other cities around us, staying in suit with those. The next set of changes are proposed for accessory structures 150 square feet or greater. The changes are following. The maximum height will now be 16 feet rather than the current 12 feet. Why is, okay. There, okay. Okay, I'm gonna put that down. So 16 feet rather than 12 feet. Setbacks will be as follows. The rear yard will be 10 feet. This will remain true even when the rear yard is adjacent to a public street, as opposed to the current requirement that says it has to match the front yard setback. Side yard will be the same as the required setback for the main structure unless it is along a side street yard, a street side yard, and the setback for that instance will be 15 feet. And then finally, the accessory structure must be 10 feet from the main structure on an adjacent property in any situation. And then the final proposed changes applies to carports. So today, carport regulations have special setback requirements, but they're grouped with other accessory structure regulations. And so staff is proposing to create a section just for carports to make regulations easier to read and understand. Carports will only be allowed in a rear alley now. The proposed rear yard setback will now be 5 feet rather than the current 20 feet. Side yard setbacks will match the requirement for the main structure unless it is a street side yard. And in those instances, the side yard setback will be required to be 15 feet. Carports must be a minimum of 10 feet from the main structure on an adjacent property unless it is a duplex or an attached townhouse. And in those instances, no separation is required at the common property line. The maximum height will be 16 feet measured from the lowest portion of the adjacent grade, however we may need to change that, to the highest portion of the structure. Okay, and so with that, I know we've got a lot of, sorry.
Okay, is sleeping chambers a defined term in the ordinance?
We will.
Yes, we will add that so that we make sure that that is clear.
Okay, and then on the carports, so you're eliminating the side alley access that's previously been allowed. So how many homes would be grandfathered in by eliminating, once you eliminate that side alley access?
Are you talking about for carports?
Yes, I'm sorry.
I don't know that we know that number right now. Yeah.
What's the reasoning behind eliminating the side alley access for carports?
I think it's just visibility. Since we're now allowing a shorter setback, it creates the opportunity for more carports. So I think it's from a visibility standpoint.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So anyway, that was a lot of information, but that does conclude our current proposed changes. Once again, if you all are favorable to these changes, they'll be brought forward for consideration and adoption at your July 11th council meeting, but they will go to P&Z 2 nights from now. And so we'd love to get any feedback prior to that meeting. So that concludes my presentation. As I said, I have a bunch of staff in the audience to help answer any other additional questions. So,
Don, on the carports, does this change any of the other requirements? Like it still has to be a single car garage, or some of the other, conditions that restricted carports in the city?
we will still require homes to have a garage, so that will not be going away. Is that what you mean?
Well, I thought there were stipulations. We had the setback, which actually restricts a lot of homes from getting carports, but it also had to do with some of the homes that only had one car garage to begin with, where we made some concessions or changed how those were getting approached. I'm just wondering, is this going to open the door, now that the setback restriction's not there, is this going to open the door to a lot more carports in town?
Potentially. I mean, those that can meet the 5-foot setback.
So the setback is really the only restriction on carports, so.
Well, it's one of them. It's an accessory building by definition right now. We've changed it to separate accessory structure and carports.
Because I was thinking.
Because they have different setback requirements. Now that you've lowered the setback, now you could have potential for more.
Okay. Because I was thinking we had some of the changes we had made was because some of those houses were one-car garages, and this allowed for a space that, and a lot of the rest of the city required.
And don't forget, there's a lot of HOA requirements in town that don't allow them to begin with.
Okay,
Remember when we
but
went
still-
through that whole thing with that one part of town, we had all that earmarked, because there were some of the older neighborhoods before there were HOA and deed restrictions were the
Right.
ones that issued. That's still gonna be the case. So that played into what staff did when we talked.
Okay. Okay.
Everybody okay?
Well, we can vote against it.
I mean, that's it. You will still have the opportunity, obviously, to vote on these ordinances when they come forward on July 11th, yes.
Well, I'm just trying to envision exactly the impact of Pandora's box in town. That's my concern.
Yeah,
And
we've had a lot of issues with code enforcement and staff and planning over accessory structures, and carports are a species of an accessory structure.
yeah, okay.
As the community matures, people are staying longer and they want an accessory structure.
Okay.
You just say a lot of it was based on feedback you got from people.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you very much.
See you on July 11th.
Yes, absolutely.
I was going to tell you when you brought up the walking through the alleyway with the dumpster things in the back. I was going to yell at you in my backyard. And it really wasn't. All right. The time is 7:21 p.m. We're at the end of work session. We will be entering into city council meeting at 7:30.
I don't want to, I already got it.
What's that? Good evening, everybody. The time is 7:30 p.m., and we will move into the regular session of the Coppell City Council. Just as a reminder, any persons wishing to speak at either the citizens' appearance or public hearings, please sign the appropriate register located outside the council chambers and list your address. Tonight, we are honored to have Reverend Caleb Brimage from the First United Methodist Church to give our invocation, and then we'll follow that with the Pledge of Allegiance, so please remain standing. Just as a note, Reverend Brimage was just bestowed the title of Reverend 24 hours ago, and he'd like to admit this is his first official act, so we're blessed to have him here. Please stand.
So as Mayor Mays said, I am Reverend Caleb Brimage, and I am a deacon in the United Methodist Church. And our call is to connect the community with the church. And so it's only right that my first act is a prayer over the community of Coppell. I encourage you, if you are not of the Christian tradition, to use this time as a moment of reflection. Let's pray. God, we thank you for the opportunity that you have bestowed upon us to gather this evening. We thank you for the opportunity to get to speak into our city. God, we know that you have amazing things in store, and we ask for your hand and your guidance over our leadership and our discussions this evening. God, you call us to care for our creation and to care for one another. And as leaders of this community and of this town, we take that calling seriously. God, it be with our lawmakers, be with our citizens as they speak this evening. Give them faith, give them encouragement, give them courage to stand before a microphone and to be able to have their voice heard. It is in all of this that we pray in your name. Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, sorry about that. Item number 6, a proclamation celebrating CCA's 50th anniversary. I'd like to invite Gilbert Montez, Tiffany Davis, and Thelma Cantu, and any of your other followers down if you'd like to bring them along. I don't bite.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Council, for your consideration. Whereas Christian Community Action, motivated by its faith in God, has been a place of hope for Coppell residents and surrounding communities, caring for the least of these and responding to the needs for 50 years. Whereas Christian Community Action provides vulnerable families with financial assistance for rent and utilities and education empowerment classes. And whereas Christian Community Action serves low-income children with its summer feeding program, back-to-school program, and Christmas outreach. And whereas Christian Community Action's food pantry addresses the growing food insecurity issues by providing weekly groceries to thousands of families each year. And whereas Christian Community Action remains committed more than ever to serving vulnerable families and individuals with what they need to overcome and find success in this world. And whereas Christian Community Action celebrates its 50th year of serving families in crisis. Whereas we declare June 2023 to be CCA month and ask everyone to join Christian Community Action in calling on all residents of Coppell, Texas to contribute funds or volunteer time to the organization. Now therefore, I, Wes Mays, Mayor of the City of Coppell, and on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of June 2023 as Christian Community Action Month. In witness thereof, I've set my hand and caused the seal of the city of Coppell to be affixed this 13th day of June, 2023. Council. Oh, thank you. Councilmember Nevels.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve Agenda Item 6 and considering approval of a proclamation celebrating CCA 50th anniversary year and authorizing the mayor to sign.
We have a second by Mayor Pro Tem Matthew. Any discussion at this point? All in favor?
Walker Hinojosa Smith, Carol Nevels, John Matthew Hill, all in favor, none opposed, motion carries.
Jim, I think you had something to say.
I was just going to say CCA has touched so many people's lives in such a positive way. To think it's 50 years, it's just amazing. And thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Thank you.
Councilmember Nevels.
Again, I just wanted to echo what Councilmember Walker said. My family has donated to CCA for many years. As in our brief time when we lived in Louisville, we were big-time donators as well, and we continue to support CCA with donations. So thank you for what you do to serve our community in multiple ways. We really do appreciate you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So, Gilbert, did you have anything you'd like to say?
I always have something to say. Thank you very much. Well, first of all, just thank you. Thank you so much, everyone, for the proclamation, for the honor. 50 years, when you think of an organization serving the communities, thousands of families affected by that. And the Reverend's prayer was very appropriate in caring for one another. Neighbors helping neighbors. That's what CCA has been about. Many of you have been part of helping people, and so we're very proud of the legacy that CC has in this area, but it wouldn't be able to do it without partnerships like with the city of Coppell. The church, your church is one that's very active with us. There are other churches in the area that help us and go beyond to help us help families, so we're very appreciative of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. And like the proclamation says, thank you very much for everything that you do for our community. And, we're here for you and you're here for us. So it's a great partnership.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Okay, item number 7 is, I'm going to let them read it in just a moment, but it's Rotary Club. So I'd like members of the Rotary to come down, John Hill, and I believe Mayor Pro Tem Bijou Matthew would like to come down as well. I've never known Rotarians to be shy.
I don't think so.
Okay, that got them coming.
Just had to get through that.
Council, for your consideration. Whereas the Rotary Club of Coppell is a group of neighbors, friends, leaders, and problem solvers who see a community and world where people unite and take action to create lasting change for the past 40 years. And whereas in the 4 decades of its inception, the club and its Rotarians have been committed to serving our community, our nation, and the world. And whereas while demonstrating its belief of service above self, the club, through the proceeds of the Coppell Flag Lease Program, have provided innumerable service projects and contributions that have benefited local civic groups, nonprofits such as MetroCrest Social Services, and the entire Coppell community. And whereas since the inception of the club has supported the youth of Coppell through senior university scholarships, contributions to CISD and CSID Foundation, the development of the Coppell High School Rotary Interact Club, STEM programs, and support of the underserved. And whereas through the club and its foundation, several international projects brought help and assistance to many across the world, such as Train and Help Babies, which is a nonprofit driven based in Coppell, as well as eradication of polio, beating the hunger, water wells in Zimbabwe, emergency assistance in the Philippines, and the prevention of spina bifida in developing countries. And whereas the City of Coppell and our residents are grateful to the Rotary Club of Coppell's 40 years of service and thank the club and its Rotarians for the compassionate role in building a stronger community. Now therefore, I, Wes Mays, Mayor of the City of Coppell, and on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim June 23rd, 2023 as the Rotary Club of Coppell's 40th Anniversary Day. In witness thereof, I've set my hand and caused the seal of the Coppell to be affixed this 13th day of June 2023. Council. Councilmember Carroll.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve a proclamation celebrating Coppell Rotary Club's 40th anniversary year.
We have a second by Mayor Pro Tem Bijou Matthew. All in favor?
Walker, Hinojosa Smith, Carol Neville, Dunn, Matthew Hill, all in favor, none opposed, the motion carries.
You really got her messed up there. All right. Anybody, Council, you have anything to say? Councilmember Brianna Hinojosa Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you to each and every one of you and those who aren't here today, just for your continued partnership with the city and involvement. And the Rotary Coppell Rotary has done a lot for our community, and it's visible even when there's flags out displayed in our community, and we really just appreciate all that you do. And I know that's only one minor piece of everything that y'all do to contribute to our community. So amazing that it's a 40-year anniversary, but just wanted to say thank you, and we appreciate all that you do.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. It's great to be member of the Rotary Club of Coppell. You just heard Councilmember Brianna Hinojosa said about the flag. We have 1,500 flags flying over Coppell today, this week, right? Yeah. And a month ago, we packed about 10,000 meal package for people for Philippines and Zimbabwe. So they're doing a lot of great things for the city of Coppell. We want to thank you for all the things you are doing for the city of Coppell. Of course, MetroCrest, you work with them as well. Thank you for the service that you are providing to the city of Coppell. We do appreciate it.
Right.
Well, Mr. Hill is a founding member of Rotary. We're not going to tell you, he's 39. Another longtime member is Hans Dietrich, and we just have a great program. It's been exciting for me to join just a few years ago. We do have women in our club. It may not look like it, and it's a privilege. So I'm going to ask Mayor Mays if he'll take a picture of us. Do you do that at these things? Just of us?
Oh, okay.
I can take it if you want to be in that. Okay. You have to get in it then. With this
Yeah. You guys want to squeeze in?
Yep.
You guys squeeze in?
Yeah. I need someone's face ID. Come on down.
This one.
Yeah.
Everybody ready?
Oh, I'm taking a video. Sorry. Okay. Everyone smile. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Hey. Thanks. Okay, item 8 is proclamation declaring the month of July as Park and Recreation Month. Jessica, would you like to bring your staff down? I just was looking for her. Here, why don't you come stand by me? There we go.
No, press it.
Council, for your consideration. Whereas parks and recreation programs are an integral part of communities throughout this country, including Coppell, and whereas our parks and recreation amenities are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life in our communities, ensuring the health of all citizens, and contributing to the economic and environmental well-being of a community and region. And whereas parks and recreation programs increase a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, and attraction and retention of businesses and crime reduction. And whereas parks and recreation areas are fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community, and whereas our parks and national recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. Whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Park and Recreation Month, now therefore I, Wes Mays, Mayor of the City of Coppell, do hereby proclaim the month of July as Park and Recreation Month in the City of Coppell, and I encourage all citizens to celebrate by getting involved in outdoor activities, connecting with nature, visiting one of Coppell's many parks and recreation facilities, and creating memories with family and friends. In witness thereof, I set my hand and cause the seal of the City of Coppell to be affixed this 13th day of June, 2023. Council? Councilmember Hinojosa Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve item 8, considering approval of a proclamation declaring the month of July as Park and Recreation Month and authorizing the mayor to sign.
We have a second from Councilmember Carroll. All in favor?
Walker, Hinojosa Smith, Carol Nevels, John Matthew Hill, all in favor, none opposed, the motion carries.
Any comments from council? Councilmember Nevels.
I just want to say that one of my earliest memories of when we moved to Coppell in 1997 was I moved from a community that didn't even have sidewalks, let alone great public parks or anything like that. So I distinctly have a vivid memory of rollerblading down the sidewalk to get to Andy Brown Park so I could go. And that really sticks out to me just like as a core memory because it speaks to the type of community that we moved to. And just imagine a little high school Kevin, scooting down there, to the park. But, I say that just to, I think the park system that we have here is so incredible and invokes a sense of emotion for what it allows you to do. The freedom to go out your backyard and experience some of the amazing parks and amenities that we have. And it's all because of you guys. And we really appreciate all the hard work and effort that you guys do to give us such an amazing quality of life amenity that's virtually right in everybody's backyard. So I want to thank you so much for all you do. We really appreciate it, and you guys help make Coppell what it is and what it's known for. So thank you for everything. We appreciate you.
Councilmember John.
Thank you, Mayor. I kept wanting to correct you and kept saying community experience, community experience. I wanted the community experience. That's what we changed to. So maybe in the future we might just make it into Community Experience Month. But no, to echo what Councilmember Noble has said, you guys do a great job in keeping our city a place that a lot of people want to come and enjoy and still do enjoy. So thank you so much for all you do.
Councilmember Carroll.
Thank you, Mayor. The way I compartmentalize it is a city does public works and it does public safety. Those are like some core things that the city does. But then the quality, Councilmember Nevels used the phrase quality of life, is all of the parks and rec stuff, all the library stuff, all the art center stuff. And that's what really, the group of you really connect this community because of the points you do with all these different entities we have and all these different amenities we have. So thank you very much for doing that. You're sort of the lifeblood to the community, and to actually be called a community and just not a bunch of people that happen to live in houses near each other. You really make you make us a true community. So thank you very much for that.
Councilmember Hinojosa Smith.
I'll echo what everybody said up here, but you guys know I'm a big fan of each and every one of you and a huge supporter. Just want to say thank you for all that you do. People move here for a lot of different reasons, but at the core, right, it's to live, play, work, but the playing includes so much of what makes our community unique, and each and every one of you play a part in that. And what I appreciate about, I know that a lot of your staff isn't here, but even each of you and your teams, and I ask you to take it back to them, is your passion for what you do. Like, you guys truly love what you do, and you take a lot of pride in making sure that we have the community experiences for our residents across every part of town. So thank you.
Well, I think we had a little something to say here.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your kind words. We really do love what we do, and we love getting to do it for the Coppell community, so we're very excited to celebrate Parks and Recreation Month with you all. We do have some exciting things planned. We'll be kicking off the month with Celebrate Coppell Party in the Park on Saturday, July 1st, with the Parade Down Parkway on Tuesday, July 4th. If you'd like to be a part of the parade, applications are available through Friday, July 23rd, June 23rd, so don't forget to sign up. Along with Celebrate Coppell, we have lots of other exciting things planned, including ice cream at the core on National Ice Cream Day, which is Sunday, July 16th. And we also have a lot of other exciting activities planned for you and your families and friends to enjoy and celebrate throughout the whole month. So more details to come on our website and social media, so be sure to keep an eye out for fun things to do throughout the month. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to? Thank you very much. I was looking around for the group that I see at 6 a.m. on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and I don't see them here. So, yeah, they have to work in the morning. Okay, item number 9 are our citizens' appearance. Persons wishing to speak must sign the register and list their address. Presentations by individuals shall be limited to 2 minutes each, and the individual speaker time may be extended for an additional 2 minutes. With the approval of a majority of the council members present, persons signed up to speak will be called in the order that they signed up. No personal attacks by any speaker shall be made against any member of the council, the mayor, individual, group, or corporation. There will be no comments or deliberations allowed from the City Council due to the Texas Open Meetings Act. Once the timer sounds at 2 minutes, the City Secretary will cut in and make the request to the Mayor and Council if they would like to expend the speaker's time. We have one person signed up to speak tonight, and that is Dinah Beck, I believe. Diane, I'm sorry. Just please state your name and address for the record.
Sure. I was wondering if I could have the 4 minutes. Some people ask for it up front, I'm told.
Well, go ahead and start your speech, and then we'll break in at 2 and ask, and you can ask for an additional 2 at that point.
Okay, thank you. My name is Diane Beck. I reside at 2421 Mercedes Road in Denton, Texas. And I, too, was touched by the Reverend's speech, because I do believe that many are called and few are chosen. And I am chosen to be here. I do believe that. I'm not afraid to die for what I believe in, and I stand up for what's right and truth. And I tell you, what I say is the absolute God's honest truth. I know there's rhetoric out there, and it's not true. In fact, it's been foisted by people like Michelle McMahon from SPAN and Julie Hydock and Glenn Kimball, and they are denying my civil liberties and my right to collect unemployment. I am being denied, and it's not fair, and they are basically weaving some truth, but most of it is not. And that's why I'm here to speak and advocate for myself, because no one else will. And the other thing, I have a botched surgery, so I have to go after that doctor, Dr. Reel of Denton. And other thing that I had sent a certified letter to the police department at Denton Police Department and MHMR, and have not heard back. Everyone received the letter 2 weeks ago. And I asked for a letter in writing or a call, and no one would respond. I sent a 3-paragraph letter stating my case because there's my husband, who's a narcissist, made up some stories to those 2 organizations. It's just been one thing after another, most of it precipitated by January 23rd firing from SPAN by text message. So I thank you, Mayor. This is a very fair council. You and the Colony were always 2 favorite ones when I presented for SPAN, because you are probably the most open and generous 2 cities that were part of SPAN. I appreciate the time. I know you probably don't want to really extend me, so, okay, God bless you, and thank you very much, and hopefully maybe things will improve. I'm hoping for that, hope for a miracle.
Thank you very much for coming out and presenting tonight.
Thank you.
Were there any other signed? Well, it's crossed out. It's part of the, one of the items on the public hearing. Okay. Okay, item number 10 is the consent agenda. Our consent agenda is routine in nature and is generally enacted in one motion. These items have been previously approved through the budget or past council actions. Any item may be pulled and considered separately. Full descriptions are available on the screen. We do have one minor change in the consent agenda, item number F. The description shall read, consider approval to purchase a 2022 Starcraft Starlight Prisoner Transportation Shuttle Model 1 from a company formerly known as Creative Bus Sales, utilizing H-GAC number BT02-21. There was a change in the name of the company. Council, anything on the consent? Seeing that, I will accept a motion. Councilmember John?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve consent agenda item A through F with the change on F on the name as stated.
Seconded by Councilmember Carroll. All in favor?
Walker and Ahosa Smith, Carol Neville, John Matthew Hill, all in favor, none opposed, the motion carries.
Thank you very much. Item number 11 is a public hearing, so therefore I open the public hearing, and persons wishing to speak during the public hearing must sign the register and list their address. You will be called to speak in the order that you have registered. Each speaker will be limited to 5 minutes, and a cumulative total of 60 minutes for all those speaking in favor of an agenda on the agenda, and a like limit for all those speaking against an item on the agenda. No group or organization shall be allowed more than 3 speakers on any one agenda item. These limitations may be extended at the discretion of the majority vote of the council members present. Mr. Steer, would you mind reading item number 11 into the record?
Mayor, Council, good evening. This is item number 11. It is a public hearing to consider approval of a zoning change request from PD 272R2R LI to PD 272R2R3 LI to attach a detailed site plan allowing for the addition of a 9.9 megawatt battery energy storage system contained within a 3,243 square foot equipment area within the existing 25.72 acre site that has an existing 360 square foot office warehouse building with an approved future expansion of 240 square feet located on the east side of North Freeport Parkway, approximately 800 feet south of State Highway 121, and on the west side of North Coppell Road. This site is part of a 110-acre development that was approved in July of 2014 north of Sandy Lake and east of North Freeport Parkway. We call this the Subaru site that has an existing 300,000 square foot building with a 200,000 square foot future addition, and this addition has not yet been constructed. This request is to amend the current zoning to allow for the addition of a 9.9 megawatt battery energy storage system to the northwest corner of the lot, shown in yellow. And this type of use would typically not be allowed by right and would require an SUP. But because this is already a planned development district, this would be an amendment to the current planned development already in place. On March 16th, 2023, a request identical to this proposal failed with a vote of 3-4 at the Planning and Zoning Commission. At that meeting, the Planning Commission had numerous questions related to fire protection. Responses to these questions were included in your packet, and the Fire Marshal has met with the applicant to provide additional guidance and will be available to answer fire-related questions if needed. The proposed use of the system is to tie into the utility grid and enable energy storage during the times of low demand. This would be released into the grid when customers need the power the most. The proposed equipment area on site is 3,243 square feet. The equipment is proposed to be placed on concrete pads and screened with an 8-foot stucco wall painted to match the building. A 15-foot drainage easement bisects the proposed equipment area. No equipment will be allowed to be placed within it. There's a sliding gate proposed on the western side and a swinging gate on the east side to serve as access for both the city and the applicant. The wall does encroach into the 10-foot required perimeter landscaping by 5 feet, which will require a PD condition be added to the ordinance. Staff is comfortable with this as the equipment is effectively screened with the proposed wall. There are 23 eastern red cedars that will be replaced with 37 Nellie R. Stevens. The Shumar red oaks are unaffected. There's currently one existing live oak that's proposed to be transplanted on site. Currently, without the equipment pad, the landscape area is approximately 1,650 square feet in surplus. But by adding the 3,243 square feet of equipment area, the site would be approximately 16 square feet deficient in landscape area. To offset the deficiency, the applicant's proposing to add 1,600 square feet of landscape area east of the equipment area by removing 2 of the trailer storage spaces. I'll show the animation there. There is one live oak, as mentioned, which will be transplanted into this additional landscape area. There's the elevations of the 8-foot high screening wall. It has a column expressed every 30 feet to break up the expanse, and then it has gates on both sides on the east and west for access. Here are some renderings that were provided by the applicant. The existing photos are looking east from the drive, and here's the proposal showing how it will be screened with the wall and the landscaping. Coppell Fire Department staff members, they met with Ravenvolt and Fisher Engineering, fire protection engineering firm, to discuss the proposal. They focused mainly on the items that were discussed during the April 20th, 2023 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, as well as battery technology and chemistry of the battery. Ravenvolt explained that the batteries used at this facility are lithium iron phosphate, which are less energetic. They fail at a higher temperature, which means that they're more resilient, and they have less heat release when they do fail as compared to other batteries like laptops, e-bikes, and vehicles, etc. Ravenvolt further explained that the battery module and cabinet construction should limit any failure to one cabinet. Although they have not done a full-scale test to prove this, Ravenvolt is currently working on the testing with a nationally recognized testing laboratory. Based on their calculations, they believe that a failure of a module would remain in one cabinet and the event would last between 2 and 4 hours. Ravenvolt and Fisher Engineering assured the fire department that they would train all members of the department in the hazard mitigation and operation of the site before it physically goes online. Coppell Fire Department does not have any issues with the proposed BESS development. The applicant has made a concerted effort to answer all the questions posed by the Planning and Zoning Commission at the March meeting. Answers to those questions were summarized in the document and were attached to your packet. The project descriptions document from Ravenvolt explains in more detail the operations and provides answers to common questions. This too was included in the packet. The applicant has also requested that four additional items be added to provide further assurance of fire protection. These are to be incorporated in the P&Z recommendation. We had 20 notices within 200 feet that were sent out, of which we didn't receive any return in favor or opposition. We sent out 119 courtesy notices within 800 feet. We had no responses in favor. We had one phoned-in response from the 800-foot courtesy area that was in opposition. It was a resident at 411 Buttonwood that was concerned about it being too close to the residential neighborhood. I took some measurements, and it appears that it's about 1,200 square feet, or 1,200 linear feet from the residential neighborhood, with roughly a quarter of a mile. At the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, we had Rich Gormley from the same address speak. He asked about the existing installations. He also wanted to have some history, if there would be an emergency contact. The emergency contact information would be posted on the site. The applicant advised that it would. Following the public hearing, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval 5-1 of this case, subject to the following conditions. 1, the screening wall be allowed a 5-foot encroachment into the required 10-foot perimeter landscaping setback on the north side of the property. And 2, prior to release of a building permit, the following should be provided. Provide rack level UL 9540A test standards results to fire department. B, provide hazard mitigation analysis to fire department for review and approval. C, provide testing, modeling, and/or a combination of both to demonstrate that a fire involving one BESS unit will not propagate to an adjacent unit. And D, have a registered design professional with expertise in fire engineering approve and interpret the test results and prepare the hazard mitigation analysis. That concludes my presentation. The applicant is in the audience, and I've also got Deputy Chief Oates in the audience to help as well.
Council, do you have any questions for Mr. Steer? Mr. Walker, you've already been through this once.
Yes, I have. I just had some questions of the applicant, I guess.
So can we hold those till we get the applicant up and see if anybody else
Yes.
had questions for Mr. Steer?
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Hill.
Mr. Steer, I'm looking at the condition number 2, A through D, prior to release of a building permit. Those look to be very stringent and very technical requirements. And I'm surprised that could have come out of planning and zoning unless
Well-
there's someone that has some sort of expertise.
Okay, these were actually offered up by the applicant
okay.
to include as PD conditions. So we gathered them and then recommended approval of them.
Well, then that makes sense completely.
Yes, sir.
Great. I look forward to seeing those analyzed by the experts. Now, are we going to hire that design professional, or is that going to be hired by the applicant?
The applicant.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember John.
Thank you, Mayor. When this was rejected or denied in March 16, 2023, what changed from that to this time?
Very, very little. They just came forward with answers to the questions.
So basically it was denied because the questions weren't answered?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There was a 5-1 vote, correct, on the planning, the D&Z?
Yes, sir.
And what was the one vote against? What was the reasoning?
I believe it was environmental.
Can you go a little more into detail as to what concerned that?
I'm not absolutely sure.
I don't know that that's appropriate. That would be hearsay at this point.
Okay.
The vote was 5-1.
Just trying to see what, if he recalls, what the reasoning was, if it was mentioned.
Understood, but sometimes members don't state their reason. And I don't know.
Isn't that why I'm asking him if he recalls? I mean, you weren't there.
No, I
he was
wasn't.
there, so I'm asking him if he recalls.
I thought I heard him say he didn't recall.
Well, he was in the middle of a sentence and you interrupted him.
So,
am I allowed to ask him a question, or am I supposed to ask you a question?
you're certainly allowed to ask him questions.
And is he allowed to answer?
He is.
Okay. I asked him a question. I was just waiting for his answer.
And my interpretation was he was saying he was not comfortable answering that. Mr. Steer, am I speaking for you?
When did he say that?
It was, I can't recall exactly her rationale for her denial, or her, yeah.
You heard him say, I'm uncomfortable answering that question. Is that what you just said?
It was his demeanor. He said he didn't recall, and you kept pushing him. So he said he didn't recall.
I kept pushing him?
You kept asking questions. Okay, the question's been asked and answered. Let's move on. Do you have any other questions?
I'll let him speak first.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. You mentioned about the environmental issue. Is the fire department comfortable with this project?
I believe so, yes.
Do we have somebody who
Yeah,
can?
Deputy Chief Oates would like to come down.
Yes, sir. Tim Oates, Fire Department, Mayor, Council, yes. The Fire Department has reviewed all of their current submittals. We're fine with their submittal as is. Obviously, we'll look at the building permit when it comes in and the additional information at that time.
Did you have any concerns during the submission of the application? Did you work with them to resolve any issues?
That's correct, yeah. That's what, it was denied the first time at P&Z, and we worked through all the P&Z issues at that time with their consultants and their experts.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Council, any other questions for Mr. Steer? Thank you very much. Does the applicant have anything they'd like to present or bring forth?
Esteban Ice, 702 Polk Drive, Woodway, Texas. Mayor and council, we appreciate your planning and zoning staff have been great to work with. We've worked with a lot of people, and just going through the process, being rigorous, asking us to provide more information, not just rubber stamping anything. It's been a good experience. Working with them back and forth, figuring out how to navigate the process, and just the friendly working atmosphere. So we appreciate y'all facilitating that. We have a fire protection engineer available to answer questions, and we can also answer questions on the installation to any degree that you would like.
Mr. Walker, I think you had a question.
Yes, Mayor. Thank you very much. And thank you, sir, for being here this evening. So just a few kind of things I was curious about. How many of these separate battery energy service systems exist in ERCOT today that are operational?
There's 3 gigawatts of operational and 96 gigawatts in queue in some phase that's not 100% complete.
Are the bulk of those in ERCOT's west zone?
I can't speak to their zoning. I wouldn't know where the dividing line is, sir. They're in multiple places.
Are the bulk of the battery energy storage systems that are either in the queue or that are currently operational, are they attached or geographically located next to either a solar farm or a wind farm?
Some of them are, some of them are not. ERCOT has chosen to fast track the 10 megawatt systems of this size, or under 10 megawatt is technical, as opposed to those larger farm installations.
And how many of so there's only 3 that are operational today?
No, sir, there's 3 gigawatts of power in various configurations available on the ERCOT market that's specifically storage, and 96 gigawatts in queue of storage.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And how many of those systems use the lithium iron phosphate batteries?
I can't speak to every installation. It's a common technology, but I couldn't speak to that.
Okay. So am I correct that the original concept on these was that because of the intermittent availability of renewable power from either wind farms or solar, because the wind doesn't always blow, the sun doesn't always shine, that they devised these battery energy storage systems as a means of capturing the power from the renewable generating source and then having it available to be dispatched by ERCOT when it was needed?
That's one of the capabilities and one of the features, yes, sir. It wouldn't necessarily have to be from renewables, although it often is, to your point. It could be from any generation source if there's excess available. It also provides resiliency and frequency response for stabilization.
Ancillary services?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So with respect to this system, though, it would just simply be it would be charging up based upon just the power that's already on the grid. And then it would be charging up during low peak hours?
There's no standard time that they would charge. They have to have a qualified scheduling entity and negotiate with ERCOT and go on the open market for that. I think you're getting the general idea correct. I just don't want to give you the wrong information and say it specifically.
Sure. I mean, yeah, I know they'd have to get scheduling through a queasy, but the point I'm getting is they would actually charge the batteries at low peak hours because that's when power would be cheapest, right?
Yes, sir. They would charge low, so they would charge whenever there's an excess and discharge when there's a deficit to try to to shift that peak around. Yes, sir.
Okay. So what is the state of charge that this system would be maintained at? 100%?
It would charge and discharge as a nature of itself. So it would go through multiple charging and discharging cycles depending on the scheduling we were previously speaking about.
Right, but what is the state of charge that the system would be maintained at, generally speaking? Is it going to be fully powered or fully charged?
The state of charge is dependent on a lot of factors. Obviously, if they're fully charged and not discharging or charging, there's nothing happening to make it an available resource. So it'll be at a varying state all the time.
Well, can you tell us what the range of the state of charge would be?
Not exactly, but I would say somewhere in 10 to 100%. It's going to function. It's going to vary because it stores and then it charges and discharges.
Okay. So in the question and answer sheet that y'all provided as a result of the P&Z meeting back in March, in one item you reference a best supplier, referenced in I think the 9th question of who is that supplier?
I'd have to look specifically to make sure I'm answering your question correctly.
Sure. No, please, that's fine. The question was the second from the bottom on the first page, how many of these facilities has Ravenvolt built within the ERCOT footprint? And then you said the best supplier has constructed approximately 15 projects throughout ERCOT.
Yes, sir. Our partner is FlexGen, which is a large best supplier. They have 6 gigawatts installed or under contract to install currently.
Okay. So how many of the facilities has Ravenvolt built within the ERCOT footprint?
We have 3 gigawatts of power nationwide. We're all over the nation. None specifically to that.
Okay. When you were asked about chemical fumes that result from the lithium battery fire, it's over here on the next page. you say the primary emissions released would be carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide along with lesser amounts of other compounds. And I wanted to talk to you, it's actually on the third page of your Q&A sheet. There, it's the fourth one from the top, chemical fumes from the lithium battery fire. I'll let you find that.
Yes, sir, I'm there.
Okay, thank you. So, are you familiar with the Journal of Energy Storage?
No, sir.
Okay. So I found a peer-reviewed article that was accepted July 23, 2020, entitled Thermal Runaway and Fire Behaviors of Lithium Iron Phosphate Battery Induced by Overheating. And I wanted to ask you a few questions kind of derived from my review of this report in connection with the lesser amounts of other compounds that you describe in the answer that you have there. They found in this report that when they overheated the lithium iron phosphate batteries, that they actually released four gases principally: carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, hydrogen, and hydrogen fluoride. They note that carbon monoxide is an explosive and flammable gas which can also cause tissue hypoxia, and that the carbon monoxide production increases with the higher state of charge. Is that essentially your understanding as well?
I'd defer, if you wouldn't mind. We have a fire protection engineer present, subject matter expert on that. I defer to him if you'd like to direct some questions. I'd also like to, I think y'all were also provided this energy storage system project that's kind of, the Q&A was a summary of some of that. And there's also some representative data that shows the percentages in parts per million of the compounds in that as well, so.
Yes, sir. I mean, that'd be fine if you'd like to get him up here.
Yeah, this is, well, he'll introduce himself.
Hey everyone, Andy Blum. I'm address is 2050 Old Forge Way, Marietta, Georgia. And do you want to, I guess, restate the question and make sure I?
Yes, sir. Is it your understanding that those four gases would be thrown off by a fire of a lithium iron phosphate battery?
Yes, that's correct. Those are common gases that are released from a battery fire.
And is it your understanding that hydrogen is a flammable gas and that it's normally burned out and consumed in a fire unless the batteries are at a higher state of charge?
The higher state of charge, doesn't necessarily mean that the gas won't burn up. If there's an active flame there, it's going to consume the flammable gases.
And at the 0 to 50% state of charge, this analysis that I was referring to in the Journal of Energy Storage did find that the hydrogen was consumed by the fire, but at anything approaching 100% state of charge, there was still remnant hydrogen. Does that make sense to you? Does that sound right?
Not necessarily. So when you have the production of flammable gases, a lot of things can affect whether or not it accumulates in something, it dissipates, or it gets consumed in a fire. So it has a lot to do with the configuration, how the test is run, and so I'd really need to look at those test results a little bit more to understand that. If they were just kind of testing a rack of batteries underneath a large hood and collecting that, that's much different than like an enclosed battery rack that could be in a cabinet. And if you're enclosed like that, then it's far more likely that all those gases would get consumed and burned up.
Okay. And then, are you familiar with hydrogen fluoride?
I am.
Okay, and you agree it's an irritating and corrosive gas. They found in this particular analysis that at a higher state of charge, that the cells release large amounts of an electrolyte salt, and that generated a more violent reaction and produced even more hydrogen fluoride. Would that be consistent with your understanding?
Most definitely. The higher state of charge means you have more energy, right? So you're going to have a more energetic fire, or a failure when something like that happens. Speaking about the generation of gases, whether it's hydrogen, HF, CO, CO2, all of that, I don't want to, that was a specific test on a specific battery cell. That isn't necessarily the one that's going to be used here. And so what has been shown over a wide range of testing over the last decade on lithium-ion batteries is, one cell may release certain gases when you burn it, and then if you fail another one from a different manufacturer, it may release a different level of gases. So I don't want to get too pigeonholed into like this is the way that every, or generalize too much that this is the way every battery burns and fails. And so part of what is required for all of these energy storage systems is to meet a UL listing. And within that UL listing is the 9540A test, which is mentioned up here. So in that 9540A test, they actually take a cell and they'll fail it and they'll vent all the gases off. And they'll collect them all and figure out exactly how much CO is produced, how much CO2, how much hydrogen. Then they'll actually take a module of it and they'll do the same thing. And then they'll actually take an entire rack of it and do the same thing. So they have a really small scale test, and then they have kind of a medium scale with the module, which is, the module is kind of like the size of this podium, width-wise, but not quite that tall. And then the whole rack, which may be kind of like the size of a refrigerator. So they have to do all that testing, and during the small and medium scale testing, they're going to collect all those gases. And so we have a list of gases that are going to be released, the quantities that would be released to address those types of concerns for toxicity.
Mm-hmm. And here, of course, they performed a test on the battery, the same battery that would be used here, and they did detect these 4 gases being thrown off. And OSHA actually lists hydrogen fluoride as a main hazard, correct? It's highly toxic and corrosive?
That HF is toxic and corrosive, that's correct, yeah.
So, okay, in response to the question in the Q&A about the prevailing wind studies, that's just below the chemical fumes, you were asked the prevailing wind studies to determine the potential risk levels to the residential area nearby during certain times of years were there to be a fire. And you reference a hazardous consequence analysis, and the quote is, the results of the off-site consequence analysis showed that concentrations at the ERPG2 or AEGL2 thresholds would not exceed the applicable thresholds from the toxic release. So the emergency response planning guidelines 2 standard that you're referencing is actually, there's a 1 that's a lesser contamination, correct?
Yes.
And the guideline 2 standard is that the maximum airborne concentration below which nearly all individuals could be exposed for an hour without experiencing irreversible or serious health effects. Is that a correct statement of the standard?
I believe so, yeah.
And the acute exposure guideline level 2, which is the AGL 2 threshold that you're referencing, references an airborne concentration of a substance above which it is predicted the general population, including susceptible people, could experience irreversible or other long-lasting adverse health effects. Is that a fair statement?
Councilmember Walker?
Standard? Yes, sir.
I'm going to break in and request an executive session to consult with our attorney.
Okay.
Excuse us, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to convene into an executive session in the first floor conference room, and we will be back at the conclusion of that meeting. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the time is 8:39 p.m. We have recessed from a called executive session, and we are reconvening into the Coppell City Council. I believe that Councilmember Walker was trying to ask a question when I interrupted the meeting, so I'll defer to his line of questioning at this point.
Thank you, Mayor Mays. I'll wind it up, just a few more questions. So, let's see. I think the gentleman with the Ravenvolt shirt should be fine. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry,
Yes,
I didn't
sir.
remember your name.
No, no worries
I
at all.
apologize for that. So, I take it that despite the question being asked back in March, there's still no prevailing wind studies that you've done or produced any analysis of prevailing wind studies so we would know at what point the neighborhood to the east might be at risk if there was a high state of charge and a thermal runaway at that system?
No.
And likewise, you haven't done a prevailing wind study to show to what extent that the folks at Shred It or at the Verispace would be exposed if the prevailing winds were blowing westerly?
There is an analysis in the provided documents that I can go through if you'll give me a minute, that shows some wind and plume analysis based on general data. If you'd like to look at that, okay. There has been something provided.
Okay, sir. And does any of that show that the offices to the west and the north, or the neighborhood to the east, would ever be at risk by virtue of the plume analysis at any time during the year?
I'm not sure the conclusion right off. I'd refer you to the document to see it.
Thank you, sir. And then the battery energy storage system as it's currently configured will not be covered, correct?
No, sir. It's a wall around it, not a roof structure. Is that the question?
Yes, sir. And so during the hottest months, like in August, if there was a high state of charge where the batteries had a higher heat rate, or they were hotter, then they would be baking in the sun in addition to the heat that the battery charge would itself generate, correct?
The batteries are designed to operate in the temperatures that are typical in Coppell, and they have built-in HVAC systems.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry.
So
the sun, if the sun is on them, they will be as hot as the temperature everywhere. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm not understanding the question.
Does the fact that the sun would be coming down on them aggravate or change the heat inside the cabinets?
I just can't speak to the exact. They're conditioned, and just like anything, if it's hotter outside, the air conditioner will work at a different level if it's colder outside, but there's safeties built in and HVACs built in for operating temperatures that shut them off. Yeah.
Okay, sir. In condition 5A, you'd referenced the three different kinds of tests to the distinct battery, all the way up to rack level. But the condition 5A, you're providing a rack level Underwriter Laboratory 9540A test. Why did you choose the rack level as the sole test you're going to conduct in that respect?
I think that we'd need to. Yeah, Andy can speak to that. It's a progressives test, so.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, thanks. Andy Blum again. I don't need to restate the address or anything, right? Okay. So these are, this rack level test, it's what we call a unit level test in 9540A. It's a required part of the test. And so you need to, you have to run that test in order to get your UL listing for the product. And so we're just stating here that that test will be run. They'll provide that report to the AHJ. Which is a requirement for NFPA 855, which is the installation standard for energy storage systems.
And this is a plug-and-play system, right? That you're buying the cabinets already completely made?
That's correct.
And so the manufacturer will be running that test?
Yeah, and they have already run that test.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want me to answer the question about the temperature?
Sure,
Okay.
sure, go ahead.
So for temperatures, these cells that are being used, which is one of the reasons I was trying to delineate between the study you were doing, right? So different cells, different manufacturers, different failures, different failure temperatures. So these cells, for instance, won't fail until I think 275 degrees Celsius is when they'll actually vent and fail. And so being out in the Texas sun, although it may be pretty hot, isn't going to get up to like 500 degrees Fahrenheit, right, inside the cabinet. And then the cabinets themselves, like Esteban was mentioning, it has a thermal management system, so an HVAC system. And so the whole purpose of that is to keep the temperature within a nice operating range. So typically for lithium-ion batteries, try to keep it somewhere between like 20 to 50 degrees Celsius inside the cabinet. As you can imagine, if you ever set your phone down on your dashboard, like in the sun, and drive around or something like that, and then all of a sudden it shuts down, that's the battery management system shutting down your cell phone battery. And that's the same thing that these much larger batteries operate as. So they want to operate in a nice temperature range, and once they get too high, they'll shut down.
And how are they powered? How is that system powered?
The HVAC?
Yes, sir.
So this one will have its own separate auxiliary power system, and it has a backup battery or a backup battery system as well. So if you were to lose auxiliary power, the backup system is there to continue to operate.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I have no further questions, Mayor Mays.
Council, any other questions for the applicant? Councilmember Hill.
I did have one more question. So each battery cabinet has its own fire suppression system, right?
These ones do, that's correct.
But then you said it would take 2 to 4 hours for a fire to burn out. What does the fire suppression system do?
Yeah, great question. So the fire suppression system that is installed in there is an aerosol system. So it shoots kind of a powder aerosol into the air, and it chemically reacts with the fire to suppress it. So different mechanisms are used, right? Water is a way to put a fire out. You do that by removing the heat, right? If you throw a lid over a cooking fire, you take away the oxygen. So another way to suppress a fire is to chemically interact with the fire and get it to go out. So that's the aerosol system that would be used here. If that were to not knock the fire down and suppress it, then worst case, what we're expecting is a 2 to 4 hour burn to burn that cabinet up. So that's the kind of we're presenting like that worst case, like if the aerosol system didn't work. So there's a lot of failures that would have to occur to get to that point. You know, whether it's the battery management system failing, thermal management system, you actually have to have the cells fail, has to create a fire, suppression system won't operate, or if it does operate, it's not successful. Then you get to that final situation, you know, after all those failures of, okay, it'll take 2 to 4 hours to burn. So that's kind of where that came from.
Okay, thank you.
Council, any other questions? Councilmember John.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a few simple questions. I'm not sure if Councilmember Walker already asked and you answered or not, but one of the questions asked about how many of these facilities has Ravenbolt built within the ERCOT footprint, and it says 15 projects. Is that correct?
I'll let Esteban answer that. He's with Ravenbolt.
Yeah. The best supplier has constructed 15 projects. That's FlexGen. That's our partner in this. So they work with different engineering firms and construction firms. We're the engineering construction firm. FlexGen representatives are here. They've installed these, but we have not.
Okay, so there are 15 projects that's been already constructed of similar type of facility. Is that
There's
correct?
more than that. I don't have a number off the top of my head, but there's significantly more than that.
And
Yes,
how
sir.
many of them actually are close proximity, like the way that you're proposing here at Coppell, to the residents?
I know some of them are. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head the number, but more than a few.
And how long ago was that, do you recall, that it's been constructed?
I don't recall the installations. It's not. I don't work for the company, so I don't know their data. I'm sorry.
Okay. These right here, are they actually safer than the high nickel batteries?
Sorry, that's a good question for me. You talking about the lithium iron phosphate chemistry versus different chemistries? Yes. So what we have found with the lithium iron phosphate batteries is that they fail at higher temperatures. So generally, we'll start to see other lithium ion chemistries, like the ones you'll see in a lot of EVs, nickel, metal, cobalt, those types of metals, as opposed to the iron, is that they'll vent and fail more in the 100 to 200 degree, or not 100, but 150 to 200 degrees Celsius range. And lithium iron phosphate is significantly higher than that. Then when they do catch on fire, the heat that is released from them is also significantly reduced than the other chemistries. And so the reasoning behind that, if you're wondering, is those other chemistries that use what I consider more energetic metals, more rare earth metals, cobalts and nickels, they are great for powering your vehicle to go 0 to 60 in 2 seconds. And so they have a lot of energy, a lot of energy density within it, within its mass. So when it does fail, it produces a very robust fire. For stationary storage systems, like the one being proposed here, they're using a different chemistry, the iron phosphate chemistry. And the reason is we don't need to move this cabinet 0 to 60 in 2 seconds. We just need it to sit there and charge up and then discharge, charge up and discharge. So the lithium iron phosphate chemistry is a great chemistry for this type of application. It's less prone to fail. When it does fail, it produces less severe fires.
I was reading, almost similar to Councilmember Walker was talking about, that when it does catch fire, it says the biggest problem is that it makes its own oxygen and you cannot extinguish the lithium iron battery fire. You could suppress it, but you can keep it from spreading, but you just can't put it out. That's one of the articles that had concerned me about this, is saying that it will continue to burn. And I think we talked about 2 to 4 hours, and it could be possibly longer than that.
So so you're correct. These do have the ability to have their own oxygen source. So if you ever saw any videos after Hurricane Sandy or something like that, where they'll actually show tunnel videos of an EV and the battery pack is physically having flames come out while it's submerged 20 feet underwater. So they do have that ability to produce their own oxygen. So that part is correct. And so one of the directions the industry and the fire services and folks like myself as a fire protection engineer have been moving towards is trying not to do active firefighting operations. So the fire department shouldn't be going in there, ripping cabinet doors opening, trying to rip stuff out, spraying water in there, because in the long run, you may not necessarily be able to easily suppress it, and so what we found is that in the long run, it's easier to just let it burn out, protect the exposures around it, don't let it spread from cabinet to cabinet. Keep it composed or confined to the one cabinet, let it burn up, and then once it's been consumed, it's much easier to clean up and overhaul and replace.
Thank you.
Councilmember Carroll.
Thank you, Mayor. Taking a step back a little bit, so Prologis is the owner and operator of this installation, right? How does this installation fit into? There must be a broader project going on. It's not. I mean, this little 10 megawatts is. I don't know what that powers, but it doesn't power very much. So this must be a piece of a much larger project. Is that fair?
That's correct. Yeah, go ahead.
Prologis, large real estate owner in Coppell and otherwise. They're the number 2 rooftop solar owner and operator in the United States.
Okay.
They're heavily invested in renewable energy and green sources, and I think they're moving towards batteries as an option since they are such a big solar operator. They are trying to operate more. The 10 megawatt systems are a good size. They take up a little footprint, and we can, or Prologis can effectively utilize existing places without having to go, tear up new ground or anything. But So there's 90 megawatts currently with Ravenvolt contracted with Prologis at multiple sites throughout Texas, and potentially more, but nothing I could speak to with authority.
Okay, so Prologis already operates some number of these, is that right? They
operate a large number of solar, and they do not operate these currently, but it's a similar structure.
Okay, so this is the first battery BESS that Prologis will own. Is that correct? That's what you just said.
It's
right?
the first we've done. I can't speak to Prologis' entire portfolio. I would assume so, but I don't know, honestly.
So is there an objective, like putting all these battery systems together or solar systems together? Is there an objective? Is there an end game? I mean, why are all these being put together? There's a bigger picture. There's something bigger going on here, right?
Brandon Lackey, 2837 North Seatown Court, Wichita, Kansas, licensed professional electrical engineer in the state of Texas, as well as other states. In 2021, I think everybody's aware, the Texas grid was seconds away from failure, right? That's the reason for putting these battery storage systems in Texas, is to increase the grid reliability for the state of Texas. And the best and most effective way to do that is smaller, local distribution systems that can be deployed much quicker than a large transmission system that takes 10, 15 years to develop. Because of the ERCOT market, it allows for private investment with qualified scheduling entity to do that. And Prologis is well positioned to do that because they have a strong belief in renewable energies as they've reduced their carbon footprint throughout the U.S. And their initiatives align with the city Coppell's initiatives for renewable energy.
Okay, so what Prologis is doing here, a number of private entities are probably going to do this or are already doing this.
I think Esteban said it. There's 3.2 gigawatts of battery storage on the grid in the ERCOT market today. There are 96 gigawatt hours. What is that? A 30x increase in proposed battery storage systems across the state of Texas in some form or fashion.
Okay. And how does this location get chosen? Like, how does Coppell get chosen? How does this particular site get chosen? I mean, what's the process for that?
There's close communication with the electric utilities on where the needs are and where there's availability to hook up battery storage.
Okay, so where you could tap into the grid, is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay, so that has something to do with that. And financial impact, so the financial impact to the city, so is there value in these BSS? I mean, so Prologis is going to own this. Is there some value? Is there value in there? What's the financial impact to the city? Financial impact meaning, what's the financial advantage to the city for this type of?
I don't know the exact numbers, but in the 2001 winter storm, energy prices went from somewhere around $30 to, in some cases, $9,000, right, for kilowatt hour, right? Huge swings. Those huge swings cost Texas residents millions of dollars, right? The way to mitigate that is to even out the peaks, right, and reduce that. Again, private investment has allowed Prologis to be able to help Texans level out those peaks and reduce the overall energy cost.
Okay, so it's a financial impact to the Texas grid. It's not a financial impact to Coppell. There's no financial advantage. This energy is not Coppell's energy, correct? This just goes out onto the grid to be used.
You can think of the grid as like your water system, right? You have big water towers, right? Those water towers push water out to the residents, right? Generally, you don't push water back from your house out to the water system, right? These are like small, if you go and think of it like water systems, these are like small pumps that produce water, push water out to your local area, right? These are 10 megawatt systems. They don't have the capability of sending electricity out over the transmission system. So yes, there is a local benefit to this local distribution system to even out those peaks in the energy system.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Sir, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name when you said it, but that's okay.
Brandon Lackey.
My question was probably for you. Our paper says a 9.9 megawatt. Is that megawatt hour, or is that just the capacity? What's the energy content?
These specific sites are 1 hour battery systems.
They're
So
what?
1 hour battery systems, so they're 9.9 megawatts and 9.9 megawatt hours.
Okay, 9.9 megawatt hour.
Yeah, actual nameplate gets a little weird because you can't discharge
It's
completely.
okay. I'm an electrical engineer also, so I caught on to that. Okay, I was curious. That's about, by the way, that's about 445 houses for 1 hour.
I think it might be more than that. Okay, all right.
No.
Thank you.
Not at 22.5 kilowatts per house. I'm embarrassing, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
Council, any other
I
questions?
apologize.
I was trying very hard not to get involved here. Council, any other questions for the applicant? We got an Amber Alert going on, sorry about that. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you all for your time.
This was a public hearing, and I do not believe we had anybody signed up to speak during the public hearing. All right, so council, up to you. Questions, comments, discussion, debate? Councilmember Hinojosa Smith? Councilmember Hill?
You know, I do have some concern about one of the requirements that were added. It's item 2C. It said provide testing, modeling, and/or combination of both to demonstrate that a fire involving one BESS unit will not propagate to an adjacent unit. So that when I hear modeling, I don't hear real world testing, that this is computer simulations, things of that nature. And without, you know, actual physical testing of those units to make sure they won't spread to one another, I don't know that I can support this.
I think you have the opportunity to rephrase item 2 any way in the world that you see necessary. My personal concern about item 2 is suppose it did fail one of the 4 tests. There was no feedback loop to incorporate the failure into the design.
You're talking items A, B, C, and D. What happens if then the building permit doesn't pass? Isn't that prior to the release of a building permit? They've got to do all of those items?
They do them, and suppose one of them fails. There was nothing that said it had to pass.
I see what you're saying.
It just says provide test results. So if you would like to restate a motion to make yourself feel better in that area, I think that would be your prerogative.
Yeah, let me think about that for one moment.
All right, while you're thinking, I'm going to see if anybody else has any comments. Councilmember Walker.
Yeah, so
I almost called you long. I'm sorry.
Hey, that would have been a compliment, actually. Yeah, the original concept behind these battery energy storage systems was that they would, provide a way to capture energy when the wind was blowing at a wind farm, and then have dispatchable energy when ERCOT needed it. Same thing with the solar farms. I just don't think this is a suitable land use to put this that close to a neighborhood and businesses where people will be working. And, you know, when I hear that ERCOT is fast-tracking this because of all the egg on their face as a result of Snowmageddon, I mean, there's no reason that this couldn't be looked at 3 years from now, 5 years from now, when these lithium iron phosphate batteries have greater experience in rural areas like Reeves County next to some huge wind farm where no one lives nearby. And there's just more experience with it. And I think just as a public health and safety issue, locating this in a suburban area, 1,300 feet from somebody's backyard, is just an improper land use, then it's not one that I can approve.
Thank you for your comment. Councilmember John.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to echo off what Councilmember Walker said. Just by looking at some of the article that I've read, it says one of the safety precautions that, you know, to reduce the risk and hazards on these type of BESS, it talks about distance, surrounding, and water. I'm sure, you know, water, we have the fire hydrants. But the surrounding and the distance is what's concerning me, especially being that it is close proximity to residents and also other buildings next to it. I don't think I've heard, I know you've mentioned, they mentioned something about that they have other locations, but it doesn't tell me how close they are. And considering where this location is, I don't feel that it meets the distance surrounding requirement to reduce the hazard.
Thank you for your comments. Councilmember Hinojosa Smith.
Thank you. I did a lot of listening, so I know I didn't ask questions, but I think my fellow council members did a lot of questions that I had and probably did a better job at it than I could have. And safety is a concern. And again, I think just echoing what's been said up here, proximity to our residential area is concerning to me. And I think just based on the information that I've heard and what I have, I think of, you know, what is the highest and best use for that particular piece of land, and as well as for the safety of our citizens. So I won't be able to support this.
Councilmember Hill, have you had time to cogitate?
I have, but I can't fashion something, you know, because some of these seems to be results, and I don't know that there's necessarily a pass or fail result when I look at each one of these NFPA standards. And so I don't think that I can make a motion to support this.
Thank you for your comment. Councilmember Hill.
But I would like to make a motion to approve the item and along with its conditions 1 and 2.
And close the public hearing.
And close the public hearing.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve item number 11 and close the public hearing. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Hinojosa Smith. Okay, any discussion?
You have to make the motion in the affirmative.
This is a motion. This is a motion in the affirmative to approve item number 11. All in favor of approving item number 11?
The item is not approved.
So, I see, go ahead and call out.
I'm sorry. All opposed? Walker, Hinojosa Smith, Carol, Nevels, Dunn, Matthew Hill. The item is not approved.
Thank you, everybody. Gentlemen, thank you for your time tonight. Sorry for the outcome. You can tell that we were intrigued with the proposal and look forward to future endeavors. Okay, item number 12 is a public hearing, so I'll open the public hearing and call Mr. Steer to the stand again to read the item into the, or you're not ready to do that, are you? Read the item into the agenda.
Mayor, this is the 12th item on your agenda. It's to consider approval of PD 308C Kroger Fuel Station, a zoning change request from S 1098R2-C to PD 308C to allow a new fuel service station with 5 fuel pumps located at 950 East Sandy Lake Road at the request of Coppell Wood Kroger LLC, being represented by Clay Christie of Claymore Engineering. Council approved a replat on this 7.04 acre tract and a special use permit 1098R to allow for the construction of this approximate 61,000 square foot Kroger store. Conditions of the SUP included a stipulation that no deliveries will occur between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. In April 2004, City Council approved an amendment to this SUP to allow for a drive-through pharmacy window on the west side of the building. This was approved subject to the hours of operation for the pharmacy not to exceed 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Saturday, and 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Sunday. There was a condition that dead and missing trees on the perimeter landscape areas adjacent to the single-family homes must be replaced. Also, there was a condition that all lights on the west and north perimeter remain off. In July 2005, a request for a gas station was denied by the Planning Commission. This was located on the Sandy Lake Road frontage and had 4 gas pumps. At that meeting, the Commission asked the applicant to consider changes to the plans as follows. 1, relocating the gas pumps to the eastern corner of the parking lot towards MacArthur Boulevard. 2, eliminating the payphone, ice machine, retail display units. 3, changing the start of operational hours for the gas pumps from 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. 4, providing mature landscaping, a minimum of 6 caliper inches in every gap that existed along the western perimeter. 5, increasing the height of the existing berm along Sandy Lake to measure an additional 2 feet before planting additional landscaping on top. 6, compliance with all required building materials. 7, soften the appearance of this use, including a hooded canopy to control the lighting. And 8, consider additional landscaping within the islands on the western end of the parking lot to better buff the existing residential neighborhood. In the end, the applicant did not appeal the case to the City Council. Some of the recommendations that were given have been included in the current proposal. So here's the current proposed plan development. The applicant's proposing to convert some of the existing parking area of the Kroger store into a fuel service station with 5 fuel pump islands, a kiosk for retail sales, and an air water station. The proposed fuel center will be operational 24 hours a day via pay at the pump and will have an attendant from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. during normal business hours. These uses typically would require a special use permit, but because the proposal is asking for variances to the required parking and to allow for additional signage or additional monument sign, a plan development zoning is being requested here. The applicant has added a note that there will be no outside storage of goods or materials under the fuel canopy in an effort to keep the area free from visual clutter. This will be included as a PD condition in addition to the previously approved SUP conditions. Now, the initial request was to have the proposed fuel center to be operational 24 hours a day via pay at the pump with an attendant from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. during normal business hours of operation. And the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended the hours of the pumps be from 6 a.m. to 12 a.m. On the left side of this slide is a current aerial of the property, and to the right are the proposed changes. The proposed kiosk, located in red, is 179 square feet. The canopy is 5,300 square feet with 5 pump islands that's capable of serving 10 cars at a time. Currently, there are 347 parking spaces for the existing Kroger store. They're proposing to remove 38 spaces and relocate a landscape island, leaving 309 spaces. This requires an 11 parking space variance and is listed as a PD condition. Staff's in favor of this request as there will be 10 additional spots at the pumps themselves that don't typically count towards parking, and the applicants provided a parking study showing that there is sufficient parking. The parking study showed that at peak times, less than half of the parking spaces were being used. It showed that 123 to 127 at their peak times on February 18th through the 20th were being occupied. An air water station is proposed northwest of the kiosk in an existing landscape island adjacent to the main grocery store. So I've created an animation here. It's very rudimentary, but if you look at the aerial, you can see how it's being converted and how the parking spaces will be going away in the middle of the drive there, where the canopy is replacing those parking spaces. The landscaping of the site is proposed to be updated to plant what is missing or has died over the years. The landscape plan shows 19 eastern red cedars to be planted where previously Leland cypress were located. These trees have died and were recently removed, the majority of which were replanted with inadequately sized trees and have since been replanted with correctly sized trees. After the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, the applicant has added more trees to the plan to meet what was previously required in the 1996 plan. So there are 2 Chinese pistache trees proposed in the new landscape island to be located north of the gas canopy and 9 others throughout the site. There's 7 Yopon hollies that are proposed were originally shown on the 1995 plans, and the applicant is proposing 22 crepe myrtles to accent the entryways as depicted in the 1995 plan. There are 197 Burford hollies proposed to be planted adjacent to the parking area as required by the landscape section of the zoning ordinance, and these 2 will be required to be planted as soon as possible and prior to the fuel station, even if approved. Currently, there is an existing monument sign located along Sandy Lake Road. Now they're proposing an additional monument sign on the MacArthur Boulevard road frontage that will contain fuel prices. This too will require an exception to the zoning ordinance and is listed as a condition of the PD. This sign is proposed to be 40 square feet in size and will again display fuel prices and be externally illuminated. Staff is in favor of this request as it will function as the gas station portion of the site and is consistent with other gas station monument signage. The materials of the canopy columns include red and tan brick with a sandstone color aluminum fascia on the canopy. Materials of the kiosk include a sandstone color and oyster color metal fascia. The gas pumps are proposed to have red color Kroger signage below the pump nozzles, and the vent risers have been integrated into the canopy and extend 5 feet above the canopy per the fire code. And these have been adjusted since the P&Z approval and relocated approximately 50 feet to the south. 36 notices were sent out within 200 feet, and we had no responses in favor and 14 in opposition and 1 with concerns, just wanting it located further from the playground of the elementary school. We sent out 173 notices within 800 feet, and we received 4 in favor, 33 in opposition outside the 200-foot area. And just before the meeting, we received 2 others in opposition, and here I checked my email just before this, I think we received 2 more in opposition. So a total of 4 in opposition outside the 200-foot boundary since this slide was created. The opposition letters mainly are concerned with traffic, noise, lighting, environmental concerns, and the close proximity of the elementary school. Now, I've been giving you guys handouts for all of the responses I had at the time of the beginning of this meeting. At the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, we had 2 people speak in favor and 6 in opposition, and their concerns revolved around the same items. Now, the Planning and Zoning Commission ultimately recommended approval 5-1, subject to the following conditions. 1, no outside storage of materials or goods will be permitted under the fuel station canopy. 2, an additional 40 square foot monument sign for fuel pricing shall be allowed as shown on the site plan and signage plans. 3, a parking deficiency of 11 parking spaces shall be allowed as noted on the site plan. 4, the eastern red cedars and Burford hollies be planted as soon as possible and before City Council meeting on June 13th, 2023. 5, the hours of operation of the gas pumps shall be 6 a.m. to 12 a.m. daily. And 6, the applicant shall evaluate the proposed trees and photometric plan with staff for compliance prior to City Council. Regarding condition 5, I bolded it there. The applicant is okay with limiting the hours of operation of the gas pumps to midnight and has offered to turn off the lights to the minimum required underneath the canopy, to the minimum required by the city for security reasons between 12 a.m. and 6 a.m. Regarding condition number 6, the trees, as mentioned, the applicant has submitted a plan that shows the correct number of trees based off of the original plan that was approved. Upon a site visit and a conversation with a concerned neighbor, staff is adding a condition that the proposed trees be planted to mitigate any gaps in screening on the north and west. There may need to be the need to remove stumps in order to plant those trees along the west portion. In addressing the photometric portion of condition number 6, staff met with the applicant to discuss the photometrics plan. And on the proposed photometric plan, directly under the canopy, the applicant has significantly reduced the lighting intensity shown when in operation from 6 a.m. to 12 a.m. They noted on the plan that the lighting will be turned to the minimum required by the city from 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. Unfortunately, the photometric plan did not make the City Council packet. We had received it late last week, and it just didn't make the council packet. So it shows a reduction in proposed maximum lighting from 67.2 foot candles shown under the canopy, and that was presented at the P&Z, to a reduction to 50.2 foot candles directly under the canopy. The photometric plan will be reevaluated at the time of building permit if this zoning is approved to ensure compliance with our glare and lighting standards of the zoning ordinance. Staff is recommending approval. The following conditions remain outstanding, with the added conditions related to the canopy lighting and the tree planting conditions number 4 and 5. And I don't think I need to read through those. I've already been through those. So that's staff's recommendation with the added conditions. Now, after the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, there were 3 new requests from the applicant that came in. The first request relates to the previous approval of the pharmacy that stated that the lights would remain off on the west and the north perimeters were adjacent to the residential. The applicant is requesting that this be amended for safety reasons. It is my understanding that Kroger followed this provision of never turning on these lights for more than 10 years, and after the landscaping matured, they turned the lights back on without neighborhood complaint. Recently, Kroger replaced the exterior light fixtures with LED lights and less shielding and removed the dead trees. These 2 changes created glare on adjoining residential properties that this current provision prevents. The replacement trees just planted are not mature and currently have no effect on shielding of the lights on the neighboring homes. Now, I'll let the applicant explain their reasoning behind revoking this condition and the next two amendments to the previous SUP. And that concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation, Council. Any questions for Mr. Steer? Councilmember Walker.
Yes, sir. On that one slide, you showed the vent risers. What's the purpose of those?
I'll let the applicant address that.
Okay. Thanks, Matt.
Councilmember Nevels.
Hey, Matt, thank you so much for the presentation. I appreciate it. In reference in the history, in July of 2005, it was talking about the original request for the gas station, how it was going to be on the Sandy Lake side, correct? One of the, considering the changes, relocating the gas pump to the eastern corner of the parking lot, are you talking about, like, if we look at the site plan, would it be on the southeast corner of the lot is what they recommended, or did they just say on the eastern side where it's currently being proposed to be located now?
I can't remember exactly, but it was to be relocated east.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if it was northeast or southeast or.
Okay. I just wasn't sure if it was this current proposed spot or if it was in the bottom corner of the parking lot right there.
Right.
All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Hino Smith.
Yes. Councilmember Nevels, it was in the corner on is where it was being looked at. Okay. Yes, the southeast. Is that the right? Which was, that's where it was being considered. Yes. Actually, my question is with regard to, can you go back to the conditions? I just want clarity on hours, what the conditions are. So it would be 6 a.m. to 12 a.m. during the week, and then and then Sunday?
Okay, so.
Help me understand the Sunday part.
So on the hours of operation of the gas pumps, is that
Yes.
what you're asking? Okay, so
Sorry,
P&Z, so what they had come in with originally was 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. with the attendant, and then open 24 hours. And the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation was from 6 a.m. to 12 a.m. would be the operations of the gas pumps.
With or without an attendant?
It was understood that the attendant would be from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m.
And then it would be open just till midnight, not 24 hours?
Correct.
Okay. And then, I'm sorry, so then on the other page when it talked about, maybe that was different on the Sunday from?
Okay, so that's the applicant, what they've come in with subsequent to the P&Z meeting.
Right.
So that's regarding the pharmacy hours.
Okay, that's
on
what
the
I was
western
confusing.
portion of the site.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Carroll.
And just to clarify, you said number 2 and number 3 on the pharmacy, the additional request, you said the applicant would cover?
Yes, sir.
Is that right? Okay, thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem Matthews, I'm sorry.
Thank you,
Pro
Mayor.
Tem Matthew.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. In 2005, the memo states there were 8 recommendations from the PNC when they denied the request. One of them is they may change the location from the Sandy Lake to MacArthur. What else did they fulfill this time?
Okay, so they eliminated the payphone. No, but yeah, so they eliminated the payphone, ice machine, and retail display units from the proposal. Let's see here. The required building materials we're no longer allowed to ask them to comply with required building materials. And they are using a hooded canopy to control the lighting of the canopy.
Okay.
And they are actually, They did consider additional landscaping at the end of the canopy on the north end.
Okay.
And so they've got some landscaping there to better buffer it.
What's their store hours now?
I believe their store hours are 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. to 12 a.m. Okay.
Thank you.
That's the grocery store hours.
Oh, got a tie down there. Councilmember John.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure if you could answer this question, but was there a reason why the southeast corner was not considered, or was it considered, and was there a reason why it's not chosen?
I'll let the applicant speak to that.
Okay. And then, did they also say when I guess the gas will be refilled, the fuel tanks, the fuel trucks, when are they going to be refueling?
I
Did it
don't
say?
know the answer to that question, but I know that we would not allow it be prior to 6 a.m. per their current requirements of no deliveries before 6 a.m.
Okay, so that's the same condition for the delivery?
That condition would carry forward with this request.
Okay.
Let me read it to you. It was a condition that said, no deliveries will occur between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m.
10 p.m., 6 a.m.
So it would be beyond those hours.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Hill.
Mr. Steer, I wanted to ask you, you said that I guess the updated photometric study wasn't included, but there is an old one in here in our packet.
Correct.
And
correct.
what's the difference between those two?
So they had reduced some foot candles under the canopy. And so at the Planning and Zoning Commission, we talked about it having a kind of a glow effect, how intense the lighting was. So they went back and they changed some of the bulbs out, and they've reduced it from, I think it's, well, let's see here, from 67.2 maximum foot candles that were shown in the exhibit that you have to 50.2 foot candles. And so ultimately that reduced the surrounding glow.
Okay, and then, so if they've reduced it, I mean, it's still 0 at the property line.
Correct. Yeah, it still meets our requirements at the property line.
Okay, and all the lights are full cut off?
I'll let the applicant, I'm not sure exactly what that means.
Night sky
shielded.
compliant.
What's that?
Night sky compliant.
I can't, I'm not sure.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Councilmember Carroll.
Thank you, Mayor. Back on the site plan, couple of things. So there's this landscape island on the, I guess that's the north side, north end of the pumps.
Yes, sir.
So what exactly are those islands there for? Are there actually parking spaces right there? Is that a couple of additional parking spaces, or why would we have, why are those there?
Okay, so that
Light
was, they didn't want to do away with all the parking, and so there are a couple of I think there's 4 parking spaces there.
Okay.
In between, if you see my mouse, oh, you can't. I don't know if this has a pointer. I don't know how to show you. But yeah, just, there's the 2 trees in green. Just north of there, there's 4 parking spaces, 3 or 4 parking spaces.
Okay,
between
so
that
those
northern-
are the parking spaces between
sir.
those 2 islands there?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so it looks like maybe there's 3. And then, so, and on the west side of that area, right up against the building, there's still parking. And I realize there's a deficiency of parking spots already, but is that the only reason those spots are there? And where I'm sort of going, in general, it seems like a crowded area of the parking lot, and I'm just wondering with all those extra parking spots there, I don't, curious if anybody would use them, but are they there just because of the deficiency in parking?
I would say that they probably are there,
Okay.
so that they're not so far deficient in parking. But we did discuss those parking spaces during the Planning and Zoning Commission because that was brought up by one of our commissioners. But ultimately, we decided that having them there was a better recommendation to bring forward.
Okay. And then there looks like there's parking there on the very north side too, up against, near the property line.
Correct.
Is that correct? Am I looking at that
Yes, sir.
correctly? There's half a dozen more that are right up against the property line?
Yes, sir.
Facing north? Okay. All right, thanks.
Council, any further questions from Mr. Steer? All right, thank you, Matt. Does the applicant have anything that they have to present or would like to say?
Clicker, just do this forward here.
Yep.
Forward back.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members, for letting me speak this evening. Richard Binkley with Kroger, project manager, 751 Freeport Parkway, Coppell, Texas. So coming out of the Planning and Zoning Commission, there were several questions that were raised and concerns, and so my presentation here is just to cover those topics for you. I'll start off real quickly with code compliance. Basically, I want to talk about the signage around the site. If you notice on the plan here, there's several red dots on the northwest corner plan view. Those signs are in the landscape area and on the southeast. Down here at the southeastmost point, that's in the landscape area too. The other red dots represent the signage that's on the building, and there's a note here where we're going to add additional signage to the dock area. So one sign will be added to the dock area, 3 signs on the building. So I just wanted to add a couple of slides here for visuals here. This is MacArthur side coming in, the entrance there, left picture. You can see the sign and then a close-up of what it reads, no truck noise between 10 p.m. 6 a.m. And then here's off the Sandy Lake entrance side. To the left, you can see the sign there. And then picture to the right, the sign's on the corner of the building, a little bit small there, but as you get up, you can see the size of the sign. Okay, there was also a question about security. We have one camera at the back now on the dock, and what we wanted to do is we wanted to add 4 new cameras basically. So you can see the pictorial there. You've got the 4 red dots. So on the corner of the dock, we're going to add 2 cameras, and that will let us have the ability to see east and west. And then we're going to add 2 on the corner, and that will allow us to see the DSD area, and then of course the east side, which will be where the proposed fuel center is. So we believe this will provide adequate coverage, and we've already got that project underway with items ordered, and we're looking to install hopefully late July. Okay, the next question or concern that arose was the air and water machine. Most people are familiar with decibel levels, and in doing some research, I came up upon the SON level, which is unit of measure of loudness. And what it basically does is it takes into consideration the frequency level dependent nature of our hearing. So I decided to use this one, and I put the little chart on the left here. So if you're looking at it down here, the little chart, you can see a calm office is between 1 and 2, and then traffic noise is up there 7 or 8. So the air and water machine from the manufacturer has a SON level of 7.3. That's just an average. So what we decided to do was just basically align the operation of the air and water machine with the current PD zone ordinance, which will shut it off between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. Okay, photometrics. I apologize. The final photometrics plan didn't get into to there. What that one was we're basically going from what's basically a 15L fixture to a 10L fixture. It reduces the illumination about 33%. So that was the final revision that didn't get in there. But what I did here is there's actually a typo on this slide. I apologize. Fuel center lighting off 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. So apologize for that. But this is basically a blow up of the photometric plan, the final one. And what you see to the left is you see the canopy to the left. You see the outline of the fuel tanks. And then about 155 feet to the right is the property line. And right now we're in compliance with the current Article 36 of the lighting code. What I wanted to call out on this slide is a couple of things. Number one, when you drop the fuel template into the current site lighting plan we have, at this point where I kind of just drew a freehand red line there, at that point, which is about 40 feet to the right of the canopy, you achieve the maximum level that's required per Article 36 of the code. So at the property line, we meet it now, and I'm simply pointing out that 40 feet off the canopy, you're going to meet it there. Now, obviously, this is theoretical, and we will have actual readings once we build the fuel center. But the other call out is my red dots there, my red circles are representative of the trees. The two to your right are existing. Some council member asked a question about what's going to be a new island there. So there is parking there now. There's a site light pole there now. That's what I have the freehand rectangle around. So that site light pole will be demoed. We will install a new island. We will install 2 new trees. So we have a total of 4 trees that help with blocking some of the illumination. So kind of just a summary here, we're designing it with 33% reduction. The site foot candle readings with the fuel center are below the 0.25 foot candle property line requirement, starting at the new island about 40 feet from the canopy. The fuel center lights are recessed and directional, and in the event that, if the fuel center does get built, assuming it is passed, we can add shielding if we need to. The fourth bullet point on here is kind of important because recently, about 3 or 4 months ago, we had a year ago, we had a site lighting project where we converted all of the site lighting to LED. In the process of doing that, this is the permit number that we were under, and I just wanted to point out that we're in compliance now on the site without the fuel center under Article 36 glare and lighting standards. So we do meet it across the site, and we do meet it at the property line. Second typo on this slide, on the bottom, it should say off at 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. So the lighting will be shut off, except for emergency lighting. There's going to be 2 lights that'll be on, and it will meet the requirement of Article 36 standards. Okay, then there was questions and concern about the vent pipe. I know we've already had someone ask about that. So the vent, I'll kind of answer your question as I get into this. So the vent pipes are releasing pressure on the tanks. You don't want the tanks to be over pressurized, and you don't want the tanks to be under pressurized, which would be a vacuum. So there were concerns about the vapors released when you have too much pressure on the tanks. Vapors are coming out of the vent stacks. How much and where is it going? So in doing a little research, or some research, we spent a while researching this. I got with my architects and engineers. We found a study done by the Department of Health and Human Services. Basically, it shows it here. It's vent pipe emissions from storage tank gas stations, implications for setback distances. So this report that I brought up here was Basically, it was the first study to report hourly vent emissions data for gasoline storage tanks in the peer-reviewed literature. And number two, it was the first to use these data in hourly simulations of atmospheric benzene vapor transport, or short-term benzene exposure. So basically, there's two fuel centers in the study. GS is gas station, MW is Midwest, NW is Northwest. So there was two gas stations in the study. And the study covers a lot of things. It also talks about that it's not comprehensive. You know, there's not just a great lot of studies done, but the California Air Resources Board did review this study, and I was going to read from here. Based on cancer risk estimations, the California Air Resources Board recommended that schools, daycares, and other sensitive land uses should not be located within 300 feet or 91 meters of a large gas station. This CARB recommendation is not adopted by all states, but I do want to note that this study was done with vent risers at a height of 4 meters, which is about 13 feet, and our vent risers will be 8.2 meters, which are 27 feet above grade. So they're coming out the top of the canopy, and so the fire department wanted us to mount those exterior and come up through the canopy, so we have that distance there. The last note on this slide here is that when we did the takeoff, and I'll show you here on the next slide, the vent risers are 103 meters or 338 feet from the school fence, and they're 136 meters or 449 feet from the school playground. So if you just look at the visual here, you can see the fence there. You've got the 338 feet, I believe, and then the 449 to the actual playground. One other thing I did want to mention was we did contact the manufacturer of the vent risers that have the vent caps, Husky. And our Denver group did talk to the president, and our vent riser caps are CARB certified, so we go by the California standards, which are much more stringent. Basically what's going on is that, so let's talk just for a second about when the vents will be, when basically vapors will come out of the vents. So when the fuel trucks deliver, they're required to abide by stage 1, which means when the liquid's put into the tanks, the vapor goes back into the tank, the truck tank. When all of us go to the fuel station and we fill up our tanks, we create a negative pressure on the fuel tanks. So all day long as you're filling up, you're creating a negative pressure on the fuel tanks, which you don't want. So how do you solve that? Well, the vent risers intake fresh air from the outside. So that's happening all day long. And when we talked to Husky, what they basically said is that, you know, as your fuel center closes and things die down and your tanks start to release your vapors, because you know, fuel's a volatile organic compound, the tanks will start to pressurize. But he said that, and this is Husky speaking, that your tanks are only your vent risers are only going to emit maybe 2 or 3 times at night at the most, and it's a very small amount. So I think typically there's a lot of concern when you have a vent riser and you know something's being vented. You're thinking it's just going to go off all day long, but it's not. It's very small amounts. So hopefully that kind of explains the vent riser question. I'm going to go into real quick, and then I can take questions, but I wanted to create a slide because, as Mr. Steer did mention, there were 2 things we looked at. When you look at the original ordinance for the pharmacy, the store was built circa 1995, but in 2004 is when we added the drive-through, and so at that time, this ordinance here in 2004 was created, and Section 2 of that ordinance, plus in addition Exhibit B, call out these amendments to the left, 5 through 10. So I wanted to dial in on note number 7, which reads, "The hours of operation for this pharmacy shall not exceed," and then it delineates the hours of the pharmacy. So the pharmacy was there when we built the store, the drive-through was later, this ordinance was later, so we're simply respectfully requesting that on note 7, we add the words drive-through, so to provide clarity that we don't want to shut the pharmacy down. I'm not sure, it hasn't been an issue, but the way we were reading the code internally was it's for the pharmacy and not just the drive-through, even though it's in the pharmacy drive-through ordinance. And then note number 7 is basically to change it from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. because our pharmacy is open till 6 p.m. currently now. So that's just a request there. The second one goes back to the current, our current photometrics, our current lighting on site now. We opened up the permit, this permit number here, and right now we're in compliance with Article 36 of the glare and lighting standards under that permit. So we were talking about it internally, and we just felt like it was a safety concern at night if there's actually zero lighting, and the average is 1 foot candle, so it's really not a lot of lighting. And we do have, right now we do have shields and everything, so that was just a note to remove that so we could have at least the minimum required by the city standards, which is 1 foot candle average. And I think that's it. So.
Thank you very much. Council, any questions for the applicant? Councilmember John.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to ask you that question I asked Matt. Was the southeast corner considered, and if it was, what's the reason for not?
It was considered. I'm going to let another representative answer that question.
Hi, Jackie Wolpert. I'm here representing Kroger's real estate team, 7001 Preston Road, Suite 410, Dallas. So there's a couple things. Can we go back to the site plan that has the landscaping plan? Okay, while he does that. So Kroger actually does not own this location. They're on a lease and they have a landlord. And I worked with the landlord to get approval for Kroger to add the gas station before we came in to P&Z and Council. And this is the location that the landlord approved. So if the location were to move, Kroger doesn't actually have the right to put it anywhere else right now from the landlord. That's the first comment. The second one is on this plan, if the fuel center were to move into the southeast corner of the parking lot. So Kroger has a couple different orientations of their fuel center. The first one is how it's shown on this plan, which they call an inline fuel center. So all of the pumps are side by side. They have other, maybe you know this from other Kroger locations, but they have other layouts where they have what's called a stacked layout. So you have a pump here and another pump behind it, and then you have a pump in front of the kiosk, and then you have 2 other pumps, and then 2 other, so it's more stacked. So if the fuel center were to move into the southeast corner, if it were to be parallel with MacArthur, the fuel center would take up a lot more parking in that area, and because it would have to be pushed closer to the main drive aisle coming off of MacArthur to maintain the landscaping in the corner. Additionally, right now how the fuel center is oriented, all of the fuel trucks would not be competing with customer traffic in the main parking lot. So that's a concern that Kroger has when they add a gas station into an existing store versus building a store with a gas station from the ground up. Sometimes those parking lots don't allow for as much room to add not only the gas station, but also for the trucks to safely circulate, drop the fuel if there were customers shopping and parking to go into the store as well. So those are just 2 items that we did look at when choosing the location.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
The second question I had was, I know you guys said you had some sign that says no truck noise. Why not just no delivery during whatever hours?
We could certainly do that. We could add signs that say no deliveries 10 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Because all you have to do is just not take delivery at those hours, right? And then.
Right, we don't, right. Currently, the trucks don't deliver between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m.,
Okay,
which means the fuel trucks won't either.
okay,
So.
thank you.
Councilmember Nevels?
Thank you, Mayor. Just got a few questions here. So the original proposal we had from, what year was it? From 2005. There was originally 4 pumps proposed. And with this proposal, there are 5. And I'm assuming they're two-sided, so we've got a total of 10, 10
Correct.
sides that you can fuel
Right.
from, correct? I guess I have questions about the scale. What's the reasoning for the scale? Why the 5 pumps versus the original proposed 4? If you have any history on that, what does that look like?
I think the simple answer to that is it was just part of the business models. We're looking at the returns on the gas station, and it does provide a good fit. Once we dropped it into the site plan, we looked at the traffic flow, we looked at the truck coming in, so there's also a fuel truck route that shows. Did you want to? Okay, sure.
Well, the route is one of my questions as well, so I'd love to
Okay.
hear about that.
So from the 4 to 5, so Kroger, they have internal projections that they run to make sure that they are putting in enough pumps to serve the amount of gallons that is warranted in the area for the customer. So at the time in 2005, I don't know what those numbers were, but whatever it was, it probably warranted only 4 pumps. And now we're coming back, 18 years later, and there's just additional demand for it.
Okay, excellent. You also said there was, like, the logistics for the deliveries. What does that route look like? Oh, here we go. We have a new friend, so.
I'll take my turn at the podium. Clay Christie, Claymore Engineering, 1903 Central Drive. Thank you for this evening. In regards to the truck route, that's kind of another reasoning for our site planning purposes is that currently we're able to use the perimeter drive aisle for the main deliveries for the actual grocery station, the grocery store. And then whenever we have the fueling station that's going to come in, it will enter off of the second drive on the southern side of MacArthur on plan view right here. It will be able to enter along the back side of the fueling center, and that's where our tanks are. That's where it'll be able to drop fuel. And then it will turn and it will follow the same truck patterns as what our deliveries for the actual grocery does as well. So that we'll keep truck patterns in that same location so that we're not, as Jackie mentioned a little bit earlier, introducing large trucks, large vehicles into what we call our pedestrian parking area in front of the store and creating more, potentials for issues with larger vehicles at that point in time.
Would you mind walking me through that one more time? So where
Sure.
would they enter?
Okay, so see the red dot where the sign is?
Yes.
Right there? Okay, so that's going to be the main entry point. So they will turn in right there.
Okay.
They will go on the southern side of the fuel center, and then they'll go in between the store and the fuel station and come north.
Okay.
And so you can see, so if you're looking at the fuel station, if you look on the top left-hand corner, you can see the tanks that are right there, and they're in an L shape. So there's 2 separate tanks that are going to be right there. The truck will then be able to pull up. It'll be able to drop its fuel there, and then it will circulate back through the back around the back of the store, and then it will exit back out towards Sandy Lake.
Excellent. A typical truck, 8,000 gallons. Does that sound about right?
So
7,000?
That is somewhere in there. It depends on the provider, on what they do.
Absolutely.
The different tanks can vary.
What is do you know the drop time, the typical drop time for fuel out of the truck?
So that can depend on demand. So they actually are refilled based on demand during the hours. So whenever a tank starts running low and they have notification that they can get there, and then they start working in a fuel drop whenever they have that. So it's not set that they would deliver at 10 a.m. or 1 p.m. or whatever every day. It's actually typically dropped on a need-based type delivery system.
Okay. I have a couple more questions. Sorry, Mayor. A couple more. May not be for you, I'm sure, but we got the whole team here, so we'll ask everybody.
We've got hopefully somebody.
All right, so there was a reference to security cameras facing the docks, the additional 4 cameras that I saw. Could you talk to me a little bit about the positioning of the cameras, where they're going to be positioned, and just in concerns for security and privacy for the homeowners behind there, what does that look like?
Yeah, it's just real quick. So basically, the arrows show where they're going to point. It's not a final location. We'll have our internal security team come in and go, okay, here's going to be the exact location. But this just shows a general, we're going to have coverage pointing to the west, pointing to the east, and then on the corner, it'll point toward the DSD door. So we'll have full coverage around the whole back area.
Okay.
And then, the area on the bottom points to the side of the proposed fuel center, so we'll be able to see that whole side there.
All right, excellent. So they're going to be angled, so they're not going into neighbors' backyards or anything like that?
Correct. I mean, right.
Just making sure, because, just looking in that bottom right corner, just how it's kind of angled there.
Right. So we'll angle them so they go straight east or straight west. On the one that's angled toward the DSD, we can turn it directly toward the DSD so it points directly there and doesn't capture any of the homes.
Okay, excellent. So you said something about adding light shielding, and I believe that was like once if approved, if the site was built. You said about adding additional light shielding. Would that be if it wasn't in compliance with the light plan?
Right. So when we go out on site, we got to meet code. So we won't get the CO until we meet code. So if there's an issue with that, we have a solution for it, and we can just add the shield to it.
All right. Excellent. And then,
sorry, I was going to mention the average foot candle drops to about 31. So Mr. Steer spoke to the max.
Mm-hmm.
So we are reducing it quite a bit from our normal standard layout. So.
And that's just like Kroger standard, like this is what y'all normally
The
do?
Kroger standard is a 15L, so it's 15,000 lumens.
Mm-hmm.
This is a 10L fixture, which is 10,000 lumens. So
Gotcha.
we're dropping it 33%.
Excellent. And then I just had a question about the elevation. I saw that there was red on the pumps with the Kroger logo. Just curious about the red versus the blue, because isn't blue a Kroger
It's the Supermarket Petroleum Group in Denver. They like the canopies to be red, and so they want it to be different in the store.
Oh.
So it's
Okay. That was just more of a curiosity question.
Yeah, but every other element on there matches the store exactly. We went and got a brick match, so the colors of the brick will match exactly.
Okay. That's all my questions. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Councilmember John, you were talking about the no deliveries after hours. One of the things that we got hit with was trucks idling at night, so that was part of that no truck noise.
Right, so they will not be able to they won't be able to pull up at 10 o'clock and sit there and idle. The deliveries will have to be to where when they leave the site, they're not making noise before 10
We
p.m.
just don't want to make sure that we're not going to allow the truck idling at night again, so.
True.
That was a big complaint from the residents over there.
Yeah, and also the tailgate drops.
Gate drop.
Yeah.
Councilmember John.
Just a follow-up question. On the kiosk, right, there's nothing that's going to be sold at that kiosk. Is that correct?
There will be. There's a planogram, chips. There's some drinks inside and a cooler. We do sell tobacco, so tobacco, drinks, chips,
So it's
candy.
okay. Okay.
Councilmember Nevels.
Yeah, sorry. The customers, the kiosk is only for the attendant. The customers don't go in. It's not a walk-in kiosk. They just come up to the,
So to be clear, everything that would be sold in it's going to be sold in the kiosk. Like so a customer could come up and they could purchase something from the kiosk. Is that right?
That is correct. That is correct.
So everything that's available in the kiosk would be available inside the Kroger store as well, correct? It's just a convenience thing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Carroll.
Thank you, Mayor.
since I got y'all's team and the real estate team and everything, so I'll ask my parking question again to y'all and get your sort of your thoughts on the parking. And I do see now, he mentioned the trees in that island, so I do see from a lighting standpoint that's going to block some of the potential light pollution. So I do get that. It seems like there's a lot of extra parking there that could get in the way. Even that island seems sort of stuck in the way, so.
So just to kind of elaborate a little bit more on that, because that was a topic that we did discuss previously, is that we do have larger drive aisles over there. I know that on the big scale of the site that we have right here, and this is a great picture to kind of show and elaborate a little bit, we do have larger than normal drive aisles than what you'd have driving up and down the parking aisle. Like normally you have about a 24-foot driveway is what your normal two-way driveway is. We do have a 30-foot drive in front of the fuel station in the canopy, and then in the back we have about 26 and a half at the narrowest spot where the kiosk you can see where the kiosk kind of notches out right there, and then it goes over 30 once it goes on the either side of that to give ample room for vehicles and cars and turns. And if you actually look at the coloring, I know that Councilman Nevels was asking about the truck routing. If you actually look right here in this exhibit, you can actually see in the color that gives us ample room for our truck to be able to go make the turns. In regards to the parking and is it going to be used or is it really necessary, there were a couple things. One is that with the kiosk, I know that it's not necessarily something that you would think about, but we do have to provide ADA parking in close proximity to the kiosk to provide for the ADA requirements that we have there. So a couple of those parking spaces, as you can see here, are going to be converted to ADA parking to come in compliance with that. The other thing is that some of these parking spaces, with us losing some of those, will be available mainly for employees and different things that can come in through the back of the house, so they're not parking out front, taking some of the customer parking. So whenever we were discussing that, while there are some there that it does seem like, well, why do you have that parking? There is some reasoning behind that and the reason why we had it. And whenever we evaluated it with our turning software and our trucks and making sure that we had ample room for maneuvering and turning and items like that, we were able to make that work and retain those parking spaces because as we are asking for a variance, so to speak, because of the reduction in parking. That said, we did do our parking study, and we do feel like we have ample parking.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Hinojosa Smith.
Hey, so I have a question. Well, obviously I do have a question, but considering that you have a limited space for everything that you're trying to accomplish in this area, why is there a need for a kiosk when you've got the store in close proximity?
So the kiosk actually offers a couple things. And main thing that they do whenever they're there is they're watching the fuel station to see whenever something happens to make sure that things are going wrong. If a customer needs help, if you've ever been there and all of a sudden the key card isn't working on your machine.
So you can accomplish that with just an attendant like they do at Costco without a kiosk. So my question is there an option to not have a kiosk?
Our kiosk is 179 square feet, so this is not this is a very small type kiosk there.
Okay,
that has that.
I'm just trying to, if this gets approved, right, you're trying to keep traffic flowing, and so that's why I'm trying to understand if there's a need for that. But I just needed to know if that was an option or not as I try to decide. I was just curious. But do all your Krogers that have fuel also have a kiosk? Every Kroger?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other question I had actually for you had mentioned earlier about I guess Councilmember Nevels mentioned that in 2005 they were looking at 4 pumps. Now we had 6. You talked about the
5.
Or 5.
Yeah.
Sorry, 5, not 6. Sorry, I'm adding another one. It was for demand. Help me understand what that looks like. How does that study happen? Just for my own education.
So Kroger has an internal group that they project out gallons of how many gallons they're going to do per week. It's based on competition in the area. It's based on demand. It's based on traffic that's already existing. And then it's also based on just sales because Kroger has their Kroger Plus fuel point program. So back in 2005, I don't know what those numbers were, but whatever it was, they only needed 4 pumps to serve whatever that demand was at that time. Now we're coming back with new data, updated store sales information, updated customer counts, updated traffic, all that, and now they're saying that they need 5 to adequately serve the customer demand.
Okay. And then the other question I had was with regards to the trucks, because they don't come at night, right? Like you said. So as I understand, for fuel, it's on a demand as needed, right? But for the rest of groceries, is there a schedule for them when they come, or how does that work? Because I'm trying to figure out how all this fits with all the trucks coming in to now not just service the store needs, but also fuel needs.
So are you asking about the truck timing for the store itself?
Yes, like when they come and drop off all your goods for the store, is that scheduled?
So that is typically done by the actual, it's kind of a two-part answer to this.
Okay.
So whenever you have deliveries delivered to the store, we actually get deliveries from vendors, not necessarily from Kroger.
Right,
So you
right.
get deliveries from Frito-Lay or
Yes.
whatever, Coca-Cola, different things like that. So those vendors actually control when they deliver, and then Kroger coordinates those with them. So again, that can be based on needs. If Kroger's stores are full of potato chips for that, for that week or whatever it is, and they don't need that, then they don't necessarily have to have those deliveries made whenever they do that, and they try to schedule those appropriately. So it's not like everybody comes in and all the vendors deliver from, 10 a.m. to noon, and they get
Right.
all the deliveries. Those deliveries rotate throughout the day
Okay.
and throughout the different timing of what it is, depending upon the vendor and who might bring it, whether it be bread, vegetables, groceries, different things like that get brought based on each individual vendor.
Okay, and I just want to understand where the fuel trucks then fit into that type of scheduling. And the reason for that too is because I've also seen trucks sitting, waiting for the right time for the store to open. Sometimes they sit, and it could be trucks that either are going to Kroger's or the nursery or somewhere. They're different, but they'll sit by the school and wait. And so I just wanted to understand timing and scheduling of how that will work if you're going to have, again, I live right by this area, so it's a very tight space and area, and I'm just trying to understand the flow of traffic.
So Kroger has, obviously there's a delivery ordinance that talks about from, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., which Kroger communicates to all their vendors and to everybody. It says, guys, we will not, and Kroger does not open their delivery doors to accept any deliveries between that time. And then they have to communicate, and in certain municipalities and different things, we actually work with, the city and with different entities there to help enforce that delivery time of not being there from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. And so whenever they do that tries to shut that off. Now, the scheduling of it throughout the day, whenever those come in, well, the fuel fits into that, and to keep in mind there, whenever the fuel comes in to deliver, they will follow those same delivery methods as well, or timing. The delivery points, even though they follow the same traffic route, they do not deliver in the same location. So the delivery trucks, and this will show it, they're actually back around. So whenever you have your vendors and your deliveries for the grocery store, they're going to deliver over northwest of where this is. Where the actual fuel truck will drop will actually be right at the actual fuel station. So their delivery and their point of delivery are in two separate locations. Yes, ma'am. So does that help? Yeah. Okay.
Councilmember Carroll.
Mr. Steer, this may be a question for you. Am I remembering correctly that there used to be a gas station on or near this intersection in the past? Am I remembering correctly?
Yeah, I believe right across where CVS is.
Next door to CVS, is that?
Where CVS
Where CVS was,
yeah,
that
I think it
was.
the Diamond Shamrock.
That was the Diamond Shamrock once upon a time. Okay, so once upon a time there was a gas station at this location, or near this location?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Nevels.
Another question for our representatives from Kroger. The current delivery route, and I promise this will make sense when I ask the question, but the current delivery route for products for inside the main store, where do those trucks come in? What does that route look like?
So if you look at that, the point of entry and exit and the main access is going to be, you have an entry exit on the northeast corner of MacArthur. They go around the back of the building, and then there's an entry exit down on Sandy Lake. So they can use that perimeter. And there we go. So the point of delivery that they have that they can access can come right around through these areas right here. So, and whenever you have a larger truck that can come in, they can back into the delivery dock bays in this area right there.
Okay. I do have a concern. The reason why I'm asking, I have several questions about the route and stuff is on that eastern side. I mean, there's a school right across right there. And so that's a big concern I have with Lakeside Elementary is when we're talking about fuel deliveries on an on-demand basis, if that hits when, school is, we got drop-off or we've got pickup, that's a big concern for me. So just want to make sure I understand, why that particular route, that southern side of the canopy right there, why that was decided as the entry point for the fuel trucks, and is there any ability, if this does get approved, to make adjustments, maybe entering in from the Sandy Lake side, just to make sure that we avoid the MacArthur side, to make sure it's safer for the kids at the elementary school?
So, alterations to the truck route are something that we can have, and we communicate those truck routes to the driver and where that is, and that'll be published and delivered to all those folks. The reason why that we utilize that is because there are certain ways and methods that they have on the passenger side discharge of the fuel tanks and different things of that nature that they have whenever they enter on that. That is also coming in on the southern side. I don't know, I'm probably going to screw this up trying to get to, I was going to try to go to the next slide over here where we had, if I can get back over to.
I believe in you. You can do it.
Do what? But I don't think that would be, if the deal, if we can get the deliveries to be made, I don't know where the other one that was that had to blow up. But anyways, I don't think that would be a problem if we can get the truck to circulate to come over there. I don't think that would be a problem.
I will just tell you, that is a major concern for me, is those trucks trying to make those deliveries, especially like you said, with the on-demand nature of needing to drop fuel, because all I see is a truck trying to come in at, 2:55, and school's letting out at 3 o'clock. And, we have a lot of congestion with traffic there. So just knowing that the route is flexible is definitely helpful for this. So thank you.
And one other side note is that, not that it's not, but 3 o'clock is not going to be your peak time for the fuel, so that demand shouldn't be at the highest point when we talk about on demand. So just another kind of point of emphasis for that on the fuel station, that the time that coincides whenever school lets out typically is not the highest demand of the fuel station.
Definitely understand, but I know sometimes there are logistic issues. We've got, if you're going to the rack at the pickup spot and the rack's down and the truck's been idling for 4 hours and they can't pick up their load. I used to work in this industry, so I definitely understand. I was the guy out there trying to repair that stuff, so I definitely understand. But all good intentions aside, I know sometimes we have those issues do pop up. So
absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm only raising my hand because mine was that's where I was going earlier, Councilmember Neville, but you're saying currently all the vendors go through that same entrance. So
correct.
So are we looking, I hear you, and that's a concern for me as well. I guess what I'm saying is all the trucks plus the fuel all go through that same entrance by Lakeside and then come out the other way. So I don't know if they're all on demand, right, as demand is needed, how do we then alter that so that it doesn't happen during peak times? Anyway, that's just a food for thought. But.
Well, and keep in mind, unless there's, to our knowledge, at least with our operations of the store and everything else, with the current grocery deliveries and everything else, we're not aware of current issues or conflicts that we've had with those deliveries taking place right now with what that is. I mean, obviously, we'll be adding the fuel truck, which is an additional delivery. We understand that. But to our knowledge, at least, there's not been an existing issue with the current store on any of those deliveries. But obviously, the Kroger team will be happy to coordinate if there is an issue or if there is something. We're happy to coordinate what we can with that.
Councilmember John?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few questions. When we're talking about on-demand, what's the average a month delivery are we talking about, estimated?
It's 1 to 3 deliveries per day based upon demand.
1 to 3 delivery per day?
Right. And to answer, I think there was another question about, concern about during peak times, is that our delivery trucks it's Kroger delivery internal, so it's not a third party. So we can request that, that they look at, when they look at the demand and they see, okay, we need to fill up now, they can tweak their routes to where they're not delivering during peak hours if we ask them to.
And you are talking about fuel tank delivery, 1 to 3?
The fuel trucker tanks, that's what you were talking about, right?
Right. 1 to 3 a day?
Yes, sir. Okay. Based upon demand, so it could be 1 up to 3. You don't know until you open the fuel center up. So.
Okay. The second question, the kiosk, you talked about selling merchandise. That's not going to have any, or is it going to have like tobaccos or even beer?
That is part of our planogram. I mean,
it is.
If the city restricted it, that's. No, yeah, we don't sell beer or wine. It's just they have coolers in there for Monster drinks, the Red Bull, things like that.
Right.
Chips, candy, but cigarettes are on the planogram.
On that as
right.
well.
So it's a convenience for the customer who wants to get fuel and then say, give me a pack of cigarettes instead of going to the store. So.
Okay. The final question is, are you sure you don't want to put a payphone? I have some coins I got to get rid of.
Yeah, that was.
Okay.
That
all right, just making sure.
Council, any other questions for the applicant? Oh, Councilmember Walker.
So you said that you don't know where you stand in terms of the tank levels until you open the fuel center in the morning? So
as in demand? Yeah.
Well, I'm just trying to, so if the tanker trucks are dispatched when the tanks get to a certain level, is that how that works?
Correct.
And obviously it'll reach that certain level just based upon the demand. So I'm just trying to, how much gimme do you have to be able to say, well, okay, we would dispatch a truck now at 2 o'clock to get there at 2:45 right before school lets out. How much gimme do you have in the system to be able to say wait until 3:30 for that delivery?
We can do that. I've talked with transportation myself, and they've, this question, it's not a unique question. So the answer to your question is yes, we can tweak. I'm not going to call it an algorithm, but they can know, hey, well, we want to be concerned about deliveries between 3 and 4. Let's just throw a time out there. And so they can pre-plan to account for that. So they'll have both demand plus request.
And the pumps are only going to be available for use from 6 a.m. till midnight?
Correct.
Okay, so does that tend to suggest or encourage that you would be more likely to have a delivery of fuel like at 11 p.m. to top off the tanks? So
except the PD says you can't deliver after 10.
Okay, so does that...
Right, you don't want to...
Does that suggest then, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, sir.
No, go ahead.
Does that suggest then that it would be more likely that you'd be topping off the tank at 9:30 so that there'd be adequate fuel available, when people are on their way to work and they're fueling up in the morning and that sort of thing?
Right, or an early morning delivery like 6,
Okay.
6:01 a.m.
So is the attendant the person that looks at the fuel, or do you have remote access to the fuel levels to be able to determine?
It's all computerized. Everything's state of the art.
Yes, sir. Okay, so, okay, I'm fine, thank you.
Council, any other questions for the applicant? Thank you very much.
Okay.
So this is a public hearing, and we do have a number of people that have signed up to speak. So any persons wishing to speak at this public hearing pursuant to the official notice shall sign the register and list their address, which I've got a list here already, as provided by the city secretary. Each speaker will be limited to 5 minutes, and there shall be a cumulative limit of 60 minutes for all those speaking on an agenda item, and a like limit for those speaking against the item. No group or organization shall be allowed more than 3 speakers on any agenda item. These limitations may be extended at the discretion of a majority vote of the council members present. No personal attacks by any speaker shall be made against any member of the council, mayor, individual, group, or corporation. And our list is, we've got about a dozen speakers. We're going to listen to the speakers that signed up in opposition first. And I did want to clarify that one member signed up to speak against and is desirous to speak for. Mr. Finken, is that correct?
I never signed up against. I've been for this since day one.
I said that you were meant to sign up to speak for.
Correct.
Okay, you signed up on the against list. We'll move you over. That's what I was clarifying.
Thank you.
All right. First person to sign up to speak is Scott Sappington. Scott, please state your name and address for the record.
Scott Sappington, 940 Fountainhead Lane. Before I go on my script here, the applicant seemed to show the distance from the gas pumps to Lakeside Elementary, correct? Did he show the distance between the gas pumps and the nearest houses? That's the question. And that's what, I mean, the school's important too. Don't get me wrong, my kids were Lakeside kids too. But that's the question. So now I'll go to my script because that's the only way I can really do this. I will start with simple numbers. There are thousands of homes on the east side of town, and there are more to come. Almost every home represents at least 2 cars. People from Valley Ranch and Louisville come to the Kroger and will undoubtedly use these pumps frequently. The slightly cheaper gas will bring in additional traffic from these areas. Just looking at the numbers, it's easy to see these gas pumps will be enormously popular. On the surface, that seems like a good thing, but we need to think this completely through. I can't see how this small area can support the expected traffic. Consider there will be rush hours when all the pumps will be used, causing people to circle this small area waiting to fill up. We all do that. I can't imagine what a mess this would be. The fumes from the idling cars will 100%, without a doubt, affect the quality of life of the homeowners nearby. Also, on the issue of traffic, is the cut-through we will see in the Kroger parking lot and most likely on Laguna Drive. Drivers will be cutting through the parking lot in both directions to enter and exit the pump area. Keep in mind the parking lot will become more crowded as existing parking spaces will be removed. And I'm telling you, as it is today, the way people drive through the parking lot is chaotic. Adding to that is a bad idea. There's also the issue of gas fumes being expelled so close to our neighbors' homes. As we all know, gasoline contains benzene, and there's no acceptable level of benzene one can or should be exposed to. Now, some may roll their eyes at this issue, but imagine having gas fumes in the air so close to your house. When the wind comes from the south, as it always does, the homes to the north, which would be the closest, will be in the path. Imagine your children growing up in a home that gets consistent shots of benzene and excessive car fumes every single day. Now, people on both sides of this issue can probably find a scientific study to support their position. So we can debate this study versus that study, but it comes down to what you think is reasonable. Do you really think gas pumps this close to residential homes is okay? In your heart of hearts, does this pass the smell test? In summary, I can't think of a worse thing to have at this location. These pumps will literally be in the backyards of several homes. It will wreck their property values. I'm sure you already know this. There are swimming pools and kids' swing sets that would be a rock's throw from a gas station. The nearby homeowners and their children do not deserve this treatment. The homeowners were here first, and Kroger and our city need to understand that. I object to this proposal as a citizen who is not as affected as others. I might not be affected at all. I'm not as close to the pumps as many others are. But I don't care if it's 1,000 homes, 5 homes, 1 home that's negatively affected, we shouldn't do this. It's not a good fit for this location or this small space. We've lived without convenient gas on the east side of town forever, and we have somehow survived. To sacrifice just a few people's homes, possibly their health, for convenience and slightly cheaper gas is something I can't agree with. I'll leave you with a question, and I want each and every one of you to give it some thought. Would you want to vote for a gas station in your backyard? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Ms. Carol Gray.
Carol Gray, 118 Portside. So my purpose today is just going over a few things. I gave you a paper handout because didn't have time to do it online, but that you'll give this more consideration and do some more studies before you approve this. Since 1994, the national trend for gas stations in the United States has been declining. A town the size of Coppell, I counted 6 gas stations. We may have more than that, but I counted 6. 2 of those give Kroger points, and that seems to be an argument to have the Kroger discount, but we already have 2 gas stations that do that in Coppell. As Scott said, that we are in close proximity to 2 schools, the Universal Academy and Lakeside. The Universal Academy is a 2 to 3 minute walk from where the gas pumps are going to be, and Lakeside is a 2-minute walk. The playground for where those children play outside are both facing Sandy Lake. For the Universal Academy, when they play outside, they go on the corner of the southeast corner and they play over there in that grassy area. That's very close to where these gas pumps are going to be. The EPA recommends that there is 1,000 feet away from schools, that if there's a school within 1,000 feet, that we screen for health risks to the students in that school. And everything I've given you that I'm saying is cited in that paper, so I didn't just make this stuff up. Is it safe to live next to a gas station? This came from Scientific America. Why are gas stations a health risk? The benzene, it's a carcinogen. There's no acceptable level of benzene. And I know they talked about the vapors not escaping from the tanks, but where it does escape is when you let the handle go. The fumes are capable of ignition 12 feet away from a pooled source of vapors. It can float on water and can spread long distances, making ignition and flashback possible. Gasoline may ignite from a nearby spark, flame, or even static electricity and become a fireball. And in a fireball, it can reach 15,000 degrees. The World Health Organization states that there is no acceptable level for benzene. Air pollution occurs within 328 feet of a gas station. Air quality is degraded within 492 feet of a gas station. The 2005 study recommends a minimum of 300 separation between a gas station and any residences, but the EPA recommends more than that. Property values, we talked about that before. It's just obvious that property values decrease. There was a time that the Federal Housing Authority wouldn't even make a mortgage for homes that were close to gas stations. That has since changed, but that's the way it used to be. But with signage and with traffic and with the concern about fumes and things like that, the property values are going to go down. And when it goes down for that house right in back of the gas station, it will go down for the whole neighborhood. This is interesting. The National Fire Protection Association estimates that in the U.S., fire departments respond to an average of 5,020 fires in service gas pump areas a year. These fires cause an average annual of 2 civilian deaths, 48 civilian fire injuries, and $20 million in direct property damage. As you know, there's a little lake behind there, right in back of the thing. So we live with cottonwood all summer long that the air carries, like a section right down that lake. There are fumes from these gas tanks that you cannot see, but you can smell them. The contaminant levels are 5 to 30 times higher when compared to the resident runoff that they have. So the gas station poses severe threat to ground surface water areas. Am I time's up? Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So I just wanted to say one last thing, if I could, that if you would just consider the safety part of this, it's just statistic after statistic, the cancer risk, and there's a graph in there. And thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you for coming out. Our next speaker is Kim Weber. Kim?
Kim Weber, 122 Portside Drive. Real quick, I ditto what Scott and Carol said, so I definitely oppose it for obvious reasons. Too close to schools, neighbors, environmental issues, the safety issues, health issues, and definitely, I don't know, traffic is just going to be really bad too, and the value of our homes in the neighborhoods. So I can go a little bit further to get my gas, and I get my gas at Costco anyway. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Janet Brill.
Good evening. Thank you for letting us speak here and sharing our feelings with you, because you reflect us, because we put you where you are. So thank you.
Name and address, please.
Oh, sorry, Janet Brielle, 946 Laguna Drive.
Thank you.
My husband Gary and I have been residents of Coppell for 25 years and have lived in the same house on Laguna the whole time. We are in the subdivision behind Kroger. Our neighborhood has been protected from gas at this location by the zoning on this site the entire time we have lived here, despite repeated attempts to change that. We are a residential neighborhood with a local elementary school that has already having to contend with the busy intersection at Sandy Lake and MacArthur. The volume of trips, both local and most importantly non-residential, have only increased over the years. Our street has also endured, as was mentioned before, the number of cut-through trips for people avoiding that entire intersection. They come in off MacArthur, cut through Laguna, get onto Sandy Lake, avoid that whole intersection. That's only going to get worse if this goes forward. Additional turns in and out of the site for non-grocery trips on top of the grocery trips will create additional strain on traffic in the area, particularly during peak times. Non-residents who currently do not stop to grocery shop as they travel what I call the MacArthur Highway, which I'm sure some of you know, the street racing on that road is bad already. They will most certainly be drawn in for the gas at this location. This provides a convenience to them. These people are not residents of Coppell. These people do not pay property taxes here, should not be accommodated by the City of Coppell's council to the detriment of the local homeowners. It is not the city's responsibility to provide Kroger shoppers the ability to use their Kroger fuel points easily. I have heard that from several supporters of the rezoning. Even the convenience of other Coppell residents is not an acceptable reason to rezone property, causing potential safety, monetary harm, and hurt to the quiet enjoyment of established homes. I am quite sure that if the rezoning for gas was proposed backing up to any of the supporters' homes, these very same people will be standing here in front of you tonight asking you not to do it. 18-hour traffic to this site will cause noise pollution all evening and into the night. What about potential issues with street racing, making it a gathering place for bad actors and the potential to decrease safety right up against our neighborhood? What items are going to be sold in that kiosk? How will the safety of that one worker in that kiosk be guaranteed? If selling from the kiosk, then there will be a cash register inside, right? Making it a target for theft and vandalism. I run in this neighborhood, and the daily noise created by air brakes from delivery trucks and trolleys rolling across that uneven pavement at the back at exactly 6 a.m. is overwhelming to those poor people that back right up to it. I don't even know to this day how we agreed to 6 a.m. I think 8 a.m. is a perfect time. No matter how perfect the underground storage tanks are today, groundwater in the Lakes of Coppell area would definitely be put at risk. Flammable gas being delivered to the site is a hazard. Crazy, unanticipated accidents happen. Why would you want to expose children at Lakeside Elementary or families enjoying their homes to a deadly hazard like an unforeseen explosion during gas delivery? I suggest you look into the 2022 Rockbridge County gas explosion or the Lake Bona Vista in Virginia one, or many others across the entire U.S. Is it a typical threat? No. But it is 100% more probable if we put gas tanks right there. Have any studies been done on the nuisance of gasoline odor? Prevailing winds from the south, which will blow that stench right over our neighborhood. There is definitely a smell caused by the customer fueling that will not go up those Kroger stacks. I find it interesting that previously agreed to landscaping has not been kept up over the years, but was done quickly this year as they came back to ask you for more. Additional landscaping requirements do not protect the children at Lakeside or the homeowners. Residents on our side of town already have an option of an established gas location at the corner of Sandy Lake and Moore, which is a very close 2 intersections away. We do not need 2 gas options so close together. Everyone located on this side of town purchased their homes with no expectation of gas on this corner. If they had wanted to be closer to a gas station, they would have purchased elsewhere. How does underground storage tanks of gas mesh with the City of Coppell's stated commitment to the use of renewable energy? What about installing 10 EV stations instead? We purchased our property after researching the zoning on this very site. Kroger leased this property knowing gas was not permitted on this site. Previous attempts have been turned down each time. This is not the highest and best use of the property in this residential area, and I respectfully ask that you now do your turn and tell Kroger, no thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is John Murphy.
How do I get the presentation up?
They'll queue it up.
Okay.
Name and address, please, sir.
John Murphy, 931 Laguna Drive. Okay. The thing I want to talk about first is some things that are included in this project that aren't really been talked about. One, they're reducing the landscaping on the perimeter of the back that shields the house by 5 trees. They're moving them around the site, but they're taking them away from the back of the property. They're eliminating a 20-year provision that's protected the neighborhood from light and glare. The lighting plan that they presented to P&Z and what they told P&Z is not what the updated lighting plans have. There's a 25-year kind of precedent with gas stations in Coppell that this would overturn, and it also limits the county or the council's ability to say no on some other properties if you say yes. There's 78 trees on the perimeter. There's 28 trees that were missing before they did an application, and they started maintaining them. So it took an application to get those. This is their current landscape plan. There's 3 trees short on the perimeter. They also have trees, I call them ghost trees, because they're in a survey, but they don't exist. You can see from the photographs, they still count them as existing trees. So they owe us 5 more trees on the perimeter. There's 3 trees that are sick that will probably change the next time they apply for something. The thing they're trying to change is a glare protection from lights in the back. You can see that the trees, the latest ones were moved in October, which from behind my house, they had the lights off for 10 years. The trees matured. They turned on the lights. Nobody cared. They cut down all the trees, and this is now what we get, the glare from their new lights. And so I'm just asking, keep the provision for 10 years, let the trees mature, and then they can come back, probably plant some more trees and get the code changed. Also, at the P&Z meeting, at about 2:41 mark in the presentation, in the video, if you want to go back, Kroger stated that these were going to be recessed cans. They were not down lights. They wouldn't be pointing out, and there was a fur down that would contain the lights within. If you go to their specs, the light fixture that they've specified, yes, it's now 10,000 lumens, not 15,000, but it has a forward throw optics. It is surface mounted. It's spec'd at places where you don't have to have, it sells itself as you don't need a light between you and your convenience store because it throws the light out. And then the height of the canopy is 15.5 feet. The lumens are shown by their calculation at 15 feet. So they're below the skirt. That's probably, we just don't have real details that they're giving you, but they're specifying things differently than they're telling us. At that planning and zoning meeting, there was discussion of kind of where gas is in Coppell. So looking at the major roads, these are the 6-lane roads and the freeways. This is where all the approved gas stations are that were approved by City Council. They're all on 6-lane divided roads or the freeway frontage. The number on there is the number of cars or fueling positions at those various gas stations. This is 4-lane divided road in the city of Coppell. This is one gas station. It's a 4-car gas station. It predates the ordinance. All the other ones that you were talking about have closed. So this is the only one that is still, it's legacy. It's not really it's not really a precedent. It's more of a legacy. But it's on a 4-lane road, divided road. Actually, in '97, diagonally across from that gas station, a 10-car gas station was proposed that was denied, and it has a good write-up. I do have that submittal if anybody would like to read it, but it talks about other sites within Coppell and the difficulty the county or the commission would have if they approved at that point. These red X's are the other locations that they said they didn't want gas stations. The blue X was the one diagonally across. They didn't include Kroger's site because it had just been approved as a grocery store. And at that time, gas stations weren't really part of grocery stores. So this is really a precedent-busting location. Now, the little green areas, if I can get to the zoning map, this is the zoning map. These green areas are in risk at this point. And the thing I wanted to talk about is the importance of precedent. You're changing a precedent, this timer, from 6 lanes to 4 lanes, from 4 cars to whatever you're doing. Why don't you approve a 4-car if that's what you're going to do? Make that the new precedent. But there's some of these other things.
I'm sorry, Mr. Murphy, but your time is up.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. The next speaker is Christina Isaacs.
Hello. Christina Isaacs, 965 Pintail Court. And I don't usually use it, but it's actually Dr. Isaacs. And I'm mentioning it today because it's a PhD in neuroscience, so I do feel qualified to talk about some of the health issues that are going to come up. Briefly, I've lived in Coppell for 20 years plus at my house, which is on Pintail. And right now, my most active projects in Coppell are service projects. I coordinate a lot of Troop 840. I work closely with the Lions and the Metro Crest and my Boy Scouts, who I send to Kroger regularly to clean up the mess there. I did a little math while we're talking. An 8,000-gallon truck, if you assume 20 gallons, mine only takes 15, but 20 gallons to fill up, that's 400 cars per day filling up. And he said it might be as many as 3 trucks. So we're talking 1,200 cars coming through this gas station. And I'm going to be brief because I emailed you all long details. I do want to point out what Mr. Walker said. You all are here to protect our public safety and our quality of life. And I really think this is what this is really, this whole idea of having a gas station in this location. I originally thought it was going to be in the bottom southeast corner, and I was like, not great. But they put it right smack as close to the houses as they could get. And I really object to that. And I have not heard a good explanation for why it was moved from the southeast corner, which is a public corner, to a residential corner. So Tripty and I, we walked Pintail and Laguna. And I left this only showing Pintail because I wanted to show you the little scale map that Google gives you, 200 feet. So I took my little marker and I went from where the gas station is to where the playground is. That's 400 feet. Okay. And then if you move that same, just imagine it, you can see that the homes are easily 200, maybe 250 feet. The red X's are people that we actually spoke to who knew me because I live on Pintail. And I tell you, these ring and these nest, people don't answer the door anymore. If they don't know who you are, they just don't answer. But my neighbors know me. And every single one I spoke with said, please, dear God, no, signed the petition. I brought over like 17, 18 petitions for you. The question marks are neighbors I didn't contact. And one neighbor, actually, I talked to him recently, and he was like, oh, great, diesel. I'm so excited because he's got a big honking truck. And he didn't realize that it was going to be, he could literally see the gas station from his house, from the upstairs. He hadn't read his notices. He didn't know. So the one question mark is really, he was like, okay, I didn't realize. But he still seemed like he was enthused about it. 5 pumps means 10 cars, idling gas. I was really distressed. I spent 3 hours at the P&Z meeting and 5-6 hours canvassing, and now another 3 hours here. And I have to tell you, I'm not hearing a lot of objections at the P&Z and nothing about the health concerns. And so I think we're down to 2 options. My favorite is please don't approve it. My second favorite option would be please scale this back substantially and delay approval until there's a health and safety report. Not commissioned or paid for by Kroger. I think it's the city's job to do that. And the analogy is you wouldn't ask a fox. I had a great quote for this. Something about a fox and a hen house, even though the fox said he doesn't eat chicken. Of course, Kroger's can commission a health report that says it's fine. The paper that they put up is one of the ones that I sent to you via email. And unfortunately, the conclusion they took was incorrect. It was not an HHS report, by the way. It was scientists from Columbia and Johns Hopkins. And the bold part at the end of the abstract said, recorded vent emission factors were 10 times higher than estimates that were used to derive setback distances for gas stations. So this means when people talked about 300 feet being a good distance from a gas station, they were basing it on incorrect data. They actually went out, they measured, they looked at those vent stacks, and they came up with this result. Setback distances should be revisited to address temporal variability and pollution controls in vent emissions. In closing, I don't know if you read my email, so I'll just read it again. I believe the installation of this station is a done deal. based on what the P&Z did. This makes me incredibly sad, since I don't think it's a hardship to shop at existing stations located in or near Coppell. What I request is some compassion from the City Council and Mayor to minimize the impact of this installation on its citizens. Think how you'd feel if this station was going up behind your home. And I respectfully request that you put a pause on this decision until you get more data on health and congestion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Chakradev Reddy. And I apologize for butchering your first name.
You're fine. Thank you for giving this opportunity. I live right across the
Your
Kroger Street.
name and address for the
sorry.
record.
I live at 943 Village Parkway, Coppell, and my name is Chakradhar C. Reddy. And I propose this, this Kroger setting up a gas station. Reason is we are a small community, which is only 14 square miles radius. We need to raise the funds to improve the city also, as long as it doesn't hurt the health hazards of the kids, health and the property values of the residents. That's all I care. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments tonight. Our next speaker is Dan McNabb.
Hello, I am Dan McNabb at 912 Basilwood Drive. Been a resident here for 22 years and heard a lot of things. A lot of these things we went over during P&Z. And air quality, I've heard people cite studies from Scientific America, from Johns Hopkins. I went out to the EPA website. Gas stations have never been safer than they are today. They now have recapture on the handles. This benzene going into the air I just don't see it being an issue. So when it comes to the air quality, I think there's a lot of hype going on, and we need to take a step back and say, hey, we're just trying to put a gas station in here to help residents be able to get some convenience instead of having to drive over to the other side of town. Or for me, I have to drive to Irving because these other stations that were referenced, they only give 10 cents off on a gallon. The Irving station or the fuel points, you get $1 off. So that's nice. I like that. Let's see. The other thing about explosions, hearing about gas stations exploding. There's 140,000 active gas stations in the United States today. Over the last 60 years, according to the EPA, there's only been 30 accidents or explosions in 60 years at 140,000 gas stations. I don't think that's a big issue. I'm not worried. EV charging stations. Put an EV charging station in, even a quick charge takes 40 minutes. I would suspect that most people in Coppell that have an EV have a charging station at their house. And they're not going to want to pull up and put it in at Kroger for 40 minutes and pay $35 for a quick charge, because that's what it costs. Accidents. I keep hearing this. Tons of accidents, tons of traffic. There is traffic at 4 o'clock, 3:30 to 4, mainly caused by Academy. Not so much by Lakeside. Lakeside does have an issue with cars pulling off in there, but they seem to handle it pretty darn well. It's the Academy that gets a lot of the traffic, where we now have to hire police officers to man the traffic going in and out down there on MacArthur, so we have to spend more money for that. But, and plus, it's, for me, side note, kind of an eyesore seeing 25 school buses parked in the parking lot there all summer long. Light pollution. I would agree. If the residents have a problem with light pollution, Kroger should take a look at that. I don't think anyone should have to have lights shining in their backyard. So I would give on that one and say, yeah, take care of the lights, Kroger. Make sure that these folks are handled correctly. And on the bushes, maybe you were a little lax on your bushes, but give them plenty of trees. Put a frickin' forest in there so it grows so thick that no lights will ever get through. Let's see. So it's just got a couple other things. I'm not going to go after a lot of these things I heard tonight. They're not true. You can go to the EPA yourself. You can look at the studies. Gas stations are safe. Gas stations don't kill people. Gas stations don't just self-explode. Gas stations don't pull in, especially in Coppell. We're going to pull in 1,500 cars. It's going to make it nice for us on this side of town to have a gas station and to be able to use that. I haven't seen any development on the east side in 22 years. When I first moved here, I was hoping that where Academy is, that we were going to get restaurants. We were going to get a couple of stores in there, not a school. And we didn't. So we've gotten very little development on the east side. And I'd like to see more development. Not that a gas station is going to change our world, but it might help a little bit. Not to mention the sales tax, the additional revenue that we'll get from that. I think that's a good thing. So, at the end of the day, I could go after all these studies, Johns Hopkins, Scientific America, but I'll just stick with the EPA. EPA, just go out to the website. Take a look at what they say about gas stations, how safe they are, the recapture on the handles, the vent stacks, what really comes out of there. They're safe. So thank you for listening to me, and I appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is via Zoom.
I'm sorry, she was not able to stay.
Okay, so that is the last of our speakers speaking against. Next, we move to those speaking in favor.
Well, I was in favor.
We do have one person that signed up to speak in favor, and that is Bobby Finken. Bobby, if you would like to come forward, give us your name, address, and tell us your position on this subject. We'd love to listen.
Thanks, Wes. My name is Bobby Finken. I live at 1032 Basilwood. I'm on the HOA board. I've been asked to represent the board as well in this discussion. As most of you know, I think half of you here live in our HOA. The HOA starts from Lakeside, goes all the way to DeForest, all the way to the river on the east side, and then all of those homes that surround the Kroger area. There are 1,334 homes. 34 people submitted no's on this proposal. That is less than 2.5% of all the people that live in our HOA. With regards to other gas stations, there are 7 gas stations on the west side of Coppell. 4 of those have been built in the last 12 years, several of them on incredibly busy intersections, Denton Tab and 121, the new one over on 121 in Freeport. The one recently, the 7-Eleven, which is on Denton Tab and Beltline Road. So it's not like this is the first time we're asking to put a gas station in a busy section. All the other ones were in very busy areas as well. Couple of comments from the people who spoke earlier. Of the homes close to that proposed area, only one of those homes has a pool within 100 yards of that pump. So it's not like there's going to be people outside on there at the same time. With regards to fuel trucks, those fuel trucks will fuel 500 cars. So I doubt very often you're going to have 3 trucks rolling through there. So it's not going to be like a distribution center where 18-wheelers are just camped out all the time. Somebody asked if there's a kiosk at Costco. There is a store there. With other regards to getting fuel, because of the expansion of I-35, there are no gas stations if you're going to Dallas on the east side of the freeway until you get to Royal Lane. That's 7 miles, and I think everybody agrees nobody wants to go out of their way to get fuel. Yes, you could go across the street on 35 and get gas at the Shell, but then you have to turn around and come back, and I just don't see why. And I think one thing to keep in mind is that store is leased. If they don't get a gas station, and that's that important to them, and they decide not to renew their lease, then what happens to us? Now we don't have a gas station, and now we don't have a grocery store. So I highly urge you to consider to pass this resolution. We got gas stations all over on the west side, and you've approved 4 of them recently. I think it's time we get something on our side of town. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments tonight. Council comments. Further questions? Discussion? Councilmember Hinojosa-Smith.
Thank you. I actually have a question thank you all so much for being here. I know it's late. It's 11 o'clock at night, so thank you, and thank you for your comments.
I have 15 people who signed a petition today that want the station. Is there someone that would like to?
Give it to
So give that to Sarah down here, please.
I have a question for the applicant. I don't know that this question was answered. So I think you had mentioned that the landowner said was okay with that location for the gas, but have they said no to any other location within the perimeter? Or help me understand if there's any other options. I just want to understand.
A while ago, we had talked to them about an option that was in the parking lot, and they had said no. And then we reevaluated, usually we take a no as a maybe, and we reevaluated it, and they stood firm on the no. And then when they said that we could put it next to the store, and then we worked with the circulation, and it fit, and we actually thought that it felt better, so we didn't push it further with the landlord to move it away from next to the store. Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Nevels, is that a hand or a finger up?
I just am resting my hand comfortably right here next to my face as I think.
Sorry, and I had one more question. The lighting and the glare, it's our neighbor. Is that something that y'all are willing to address? I would say I'd hate to sit in my backyard and see that all night long.
Yes, we need to take care of that. If there's an issue there, we need to shield it, lower the lights, whatever we have to do.
Okay, thank you.
Council, seeing no other discussion or questions, I will entertain a motion. Councilmember Carroll.
Thank you, Mayor. I've made this statement before on land use issues, and so I'm going to repeat it a little bit. This is one of those things, because I know there has been sort of a history at this location of some difficulties between the tenant and the neighbors from noise standpoint, from landscaping, from lighting. I mean, this goes on. This is one of those situations I think we're going to have to end up trusting each other that we are going to take care of this stuff and be good neighbors for the citizens that live in that area, and provide good service for that part of town. And this is a little bit of a tough one, but with that, I'm going to move to approve this item as
close
the public hearing and move to approve the item.
With conditions?
With the conditions as set out.
You want me to make the motion for you?
Can you do it for me?
No, I can't.
Can you list the conditions, please? Sorry.
And Yes.
Could I request that you restate your motion?
So it's going to be, I move to approve the item as presented, along with these conditions, 1 through 5, as well as the 3 that have been requested by the applicant subsequent to the P&Z meeting, 1 through 3 on this page. And close the public hearing.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve the item with the conditions presented. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Hill.
Not a second. I'd like to amend his motion.
I'm sorry. I need a second before I can, there is, I got it.
That's true.
The motion is pending a second. You can amend the motion after the second is made.
If it dies, then you can do your own motion.
There's no motion at this point until a second is made. Councilmember Hill.
I second it.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second.
And with the condition that they resolve the light and glare issues that are currently existing, and replacing all the trees which have died and are supposed to be located on the site.
Thank you, sir. We have an amendment to the motion, and I'm not going to try to restate it all, but it was to attend to the glare in the trees and vegetation. Is there a second to the amendment? There's a second by Councilmember Hinojosa Smith. Is there any debate on the amendment? Seeing none, we will vote on the amendment. We will vote on the amendment to address the lighting and the vegetation as stated by Councilmember Hill. This is a vote on the amendment only. All in favor?
Hinojosa Smith, Carol Nevels, John Matthew Hill. The motion carries.
Thank you very much. We now have a vote on the motion with the amendment to approve the item number 12 with the amendments, with the conditions stated, with the amendment to attend to the lighting and the vegetation. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Hinojosa Smith.
So I have discussion, yes. I'm going to say this because I know a lot of you that are out here, and not only that, there's also people watching, and I thank you all first of all for all your time and for your comments. So let me start with this. There, as we know, there used to be a gas station in that area, right? I think that may have been at or about the time that I moved here in Coppell. I have a lot of mixed emotions around this, okay? Because I actually do feel that there is a need for a gas station in that area. I do feel like Kroger's will be a good neighbor for what we need, and I think they're hearing the concerns of the routes for our trucks and the timing, as well as our neighbors' light and glaring and things like that. I do understand, my kids went to Lakeside. I do understand the proximity. I also know that, like, the scientist in me, and with all due respect, like, I know Dr. Isaac as well. I also know that we've come a long way in science and technology in how we handle gasoline. And it's come a long way from the antiquated system that we've had in the past, and that's just from the research that I've looked at and what I know. So again, there's a lot of pros and cons, but I do think that there is a high and best use for the gas pumps in this space. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councilmember John.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to echo what Councilmember Smith said. And I do appreciate everyone that's here. I know you guys are passionate about whether there's going to be a gas station or not. And I completely understand about it being close proximity to the house. But I also agree that, being on the east side as well, that we really didn't have much on the east side. And I always wished that there was more development on the east side as well. Gas station might not be what everyone wanted, but it is also something, a part of a development that could help the east side as well. And I get it. I wish that they would look into the southeast corner more, rather than the north side. And I'm not sure if that's still an option that you could talk to the landlord, but that probably would have been better location for me to say, easily say.
I'm sorry, this is not open for debate at this point. Councilmember John has the floor.
But at the same time, I do hear how we do need some development on the east side. So I'm completely with Councilmember Smith about this matter.
Thank you. Any other discussion or debate? Councilmember Hill.
I've been for a gas station at that location for years and years, and when it was not passed the last time around, I was extremely disappointed. I would prefer it at the southeast corner, like you said, John. But obviously, the lady that was talking about the real estate, she spoke with the property owner. He said no, or they said no, and they took that as, well, that's a maybe. And then they went back and tried to rework it and readdress it with the property owner, and it was a no. So they've exhausted the options, and the option that was left is to put it in that location. So with that, it has my support.
Thank you for your comments. Any other debate or discussion? Well, I've got a Councilmember Walker down there I saw first.
Thank you, Mayor Mays. I've got to believe that if the east side of town could support a gas station, we would have already had one. One reason that there's no gas station on the east side is because when you compare MacArthur with all the fronting from the neighborhoods with the brick walls and all like that, it's very different from Denton Tap, where there's all sorts of retail fronting that's available. So the market basically generated more gas stations and retail where the area was more amenable to it. Going south of Sandy Lake at MacArthur, you have homes fronting the street on the entire east side, no, the entire west side. And, you've got the baseball fields and then, some townhomes and an apartment. So, it just doesn't seem that MacArthur from Beltline all the way up to 121 or to Samuel is really all that amenable to the development of retail or gas stations. And then, I just think that it's already a confined residential area, and the traffic's already bad enough as it is. So I think about, the fact that this gas station would be so close to those homes, and, a lot of people in other homes north of those homes are gonna prize the convenience of being able to get gas right there, but, some people are gonna be looking out of their backyard at a gas station. So that wasn't there when they bought the house, and the people that show up to buy the house from them are going to take that into account. So to me, at bottom, I've always said we're a residential community. And yes, the small businesses, absolutely deserve our full support because they're here to service our residents. But I think the idea of putting a gas station in that close to a residential area, I hear the safety issues. I think it's probably correct that our gas stations are some of the finest designed and engineered facilities you'll find anywhere in the world, and they probably are exceedingly safe. And I think Kroger has done a wonderful job trying to mitigate some of the risks associated with this and trying to be a good citizen, but I just don't think all the risks can be mitigated. So I'm not going to be able to favor this.
Thank you for your comments. Councilmember Nevels.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move to amend the motion. It wouldn't be a good night if I wasn't here to complicate things. I'd like to, based on the question that was asked about being able, from what I understand, Kroger, it's internal, they control the deliveries, correct? Is that what you were saying? Like you said you were able to talk to dispatch? I want to make sure I asked this question.
We can tweak the deliveries. You
can tweak the deliveries. I'd like to move that we limit the deliveries of gasolines from school time and not have any deliveries between the hours of 3 and 4 p.m. Monday through Friday.
So your motion is to amend
the motion as previously stated, but add no deliveries between 3 and 4.
Point of clarification.
No fuel deliveries.
Okay, that's what I was asking for, because now you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. What's my, it's not good when the city attorney comes down. So.
And, Mr. Nevels.
So
just a quick question.
We have a motion to amend. We have a motion to amend the motion. To amend the amended motion. Thank you,
We're
sir.
getting in the weeds here, guys.
And I need a second.
I want a clarification, though.
Point.
That is only the afternoon time.
Yes.
He said.
So that would be.
The motion is from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m.
Monday through Friday. Because that's right when school gets out.
Okay. So we have a motion to amend the amended motion to limit fuel delivery between 3 and 4 p.m. Monday through Friday. This is in need of a second. Councilmember Hinojosa Smith.
Well, I'm not seconding, well, when can I ask a question?
After we get a second.
Okay, I'll second.
Okay.
And then I will
Is
ask.
there any discussion or debate?
Yes, I would like a question. Is that something Kroger's can do before we add this as a condition? Well, I don't want to, I just want to know if it can be done.
Craig Winkler, Kroger Company, 751 Freeport Parkway. We'll have to have that discussion internally. He said he's talked to him and they agreed to it. I guess one question I had is it concern from traffic, or is it concern that it's a fuel truck? And the point there is, and it's just ready, is it's one vehicle trip for the day, and so I don't know if that moves the needle too much. Our studies show for a fuel station of this size. You're going to see about 260 cars, or in a week.
Understood.
Yeah, so
Everything
I'm just
that
trying to
you-
understand the context. is all I'm
Everything
trying to
that you
gather.
just said is what my concern
All
is,
right.
is traffic.
Yep.
It's the, I understand that there is recapture of vapors back in there, but that, all
I'm
of those
just trying to get
reasons.
the gist and the reason
I'm
behind
going to
all
call a
that.
point of order.
Sir.
Sure.
Thank you very much. We have a motion to, or actually, we're in discussion. I think your point is valid, but either they can do it or they can't. And I don't know that we're going to get that answer tonight.
No, you're absolutely right. And I just need to agree to it or not agree to it as a condition, and then they can go figure it out.
That's correct.
Apologies.
That's correct. Okay, so I had to look at my notes because we're about 3 levels deep right now, so stay with me here. We've got a motion and a second to limit a motion to amend the amended motion to limit fuel delivery between 3 and 4 p.m. on Monday through Friday. Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, the vote on this will be on the amended portion of the moment to the amended motion to limit the fuel delivery between 3 and 4 on Monday through Friday. All in favor?
I just want a clarification. Between 3 and 4, there's
Yes.
no fuel delivery.
Correct.
Yes.
That's correct.
Mayor, you said 3 and 5.
Hinojosa Smith, Carol, Nevels, Dunn, Matthew Hill, all opposed? The motion
Counsel-
carries.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, I was waiting for Mr. Walker, but the motion carries.
Thank you. We now have an amended motion with an amendment to approve item number 12 with the conditions stated on the screens, with the condition of the Kroger will address light and vegetation as previously discussed, and will limit fuel delivery so that there will be no fuel delivery between 3 and 4 p.m. Monday through Friday. Is there any discussion? We're in a discussion mode. So
Yeah,
Councilmember Nevels.
Thank you, Mayor. Not gonna lie, I am really, really struggling with this thing. To me, the gas station, if it's going to exist, needs to be at that southeast corner, if it's gonna be there. I am 100% for having a gas station on that side of town. When I moved to this town, there was a gas station right across the street. But I can't ignore the citizens that spoke and talk about the issues that were there. I do struggle. Kroger has shown in the past to sometimes be responsive, sometimes to not be responsive to their neighbors, and I think that's my big struggle is, Councilmember Carroll, I respect your thought about us being trusting each other and being good neighbors, but I appreciate Kroger as an employer and the service that they provide to this community, but I'm struggling with the responsiveness that we've seen from that location in the past to the citizens. I 100% believe that there should be a gas station at that intersection. I just can't support this in its current form as it is on that northwest corner of the Kroger site. 100% normally I would be in support of a gas station there, but I'm just struggling with this. So I wanted to put the delivery in there just to, I guess, give a little bit of protection if this is going to be passed, to try to, but I cannot vote for this in its current form. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Matthew.
Thank you, Mayor. I just need another clarification. We just voted for the amendment, but during summertime, there's no school. So Monday through Friday during school time, when school in session, or is it all summer? Or
Monday through Friday, 3 to 4. That's the amendment. Throughout the year.
The amendment does not take into account school time
Okay.
or school session.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Walker.
Thank you, Mayor. So that I can be clear on this, I do not oppose items 2 and 3 pertaining to the pharmacy special use permit and the Sunday hours allowing for the drive-through. On those 2 items, I have no concern, but because they've been lumped in with everything else, if they remain part of the main submission and the motion as proposed, then I won't be able to favor any of it.
Thank you for your comments. Any other discussion or debate? All right, I'm Councilmember Hinojosa Smith.
We have a lot of back and forth going. Can I ask the applicant a question? Or are we not there?
Well, we're past that point,
Okay,
actually.
that's fine. Well, and it was just to address Councilmember Neville's, because okay, I'm gonna leave it. It's about the location of where you want it, and
I know.
I don't know that y'all have a true no to that, and that's what I want to understand, because that is the best, sounds like the best case scenario, and I want to understand that, because maybe we need to continue this.
Well, actually, their option is if this, depending on the result of the vote tonight, they could always come back with an amended plan to move the location. Yeah. All right, so we have a item number 12 is to approve the fuel delivery system with a motion to amend, or with the conditions stated, with the amendment to address lighting and vegetation on site, and also to limit the fuel delivery so that no fuel is delivered between 3 and 4 p.m. Monday through Friday. I will accept a motion on this.
We already have.
Oh, I'm sorry. Man, I'm sorry, it's getting late, guys. All in favor?
Hinojosa Smith, Carol, Dunn, Matthew Hill, all opposed. Walker, Nevels. The motion carries.
Thank you very much. This has been a long time, and thank you very much for everyone's time tonight. It's been a long evening, and thank you for your participation and all your comments.
Yes, the next time you have 20 citizens, that you put the battery talk after the Kroger talk, because there was one citizen here for the battery. They protected that citizen.
Yeah, they protected that citizen.
I just think the order of operations here made it very.
The gas station in the neighborhood's fine, but the battery's not fine. Much further from the neighborhood, right? Just so I understand all that correctly, right? Uh-huh. Great job, guys. Great job tonight.
Thank you. We won't forget it. Thank you.
We won't forget it. Item number 13 is consider approval of the mayor pro tem as required by section 3.05 of the Home Rule Charter. You don't represent me on this.
Sir?
You said you represented the HOA.
Officer.
Sorry about that, everybody. We have item number 13 for consideration. I think I had read it into the record. We had some discussion in a work session. Is there a motion pending, or do I have a motion to appoint a mayor pro tem? Mayor pro tem.
Mayor, thank you, Mayor. I move to approve or propose the name John June to be the mayor pro tem.
And we have a second from Councilmember Hill and Walker.
Oh.
Hill.
Well, he's senior to me, so his second counts.
So is there any discussion or debate? I'm going to take the point. Mayor Pro Tem Matthew, thank you very much for your time. I tried my best to not have to call on you. And unfortunately, the times that I had to have you step in was usually on very short notice with very little warning. And I apologize for that, but that's kind of the type of job that you take on. So Councilmember John, be ready for last-minute calls. Is anybody have any other discussion or debate? All in favor?
Walker Nahosa Smith, Carol Nevels, John Matthew Hill, all in favor, none opposed, motion carries.
Thank you very much. Now, Councilmember John, you're going to, I did it. Mayor Pro Tem John, you're going to have to get used to me calling you Councilmember John for the rest of the year. All right, item number 14 is city manager reports. Mr. Land.
Thank you, Mayor. The work session direction this evening on the solid waste contract, as we heard it, it's option 1 on renewal, so just make sure that we're having those discussions heading in that direction. And on the zoning and general code updates, we're to move forward as presented with those items going to P&Z and to coming back to City Council. As far as projects go, Moore Road Boardwalk construction continues. If you haven't been walking out there, you can see them making progress. They have about 25% of the boardwalk panels in place. They're focusing on the drainage outfall system for now, still looking at the fall of 23. The Duck Pond project, construction on the Duck Pond project began on May 15th. Demo work is continuing. The project again is expected to be finished in fall of 23. And for safety purposes, because it's a smaller area, the park is closed with no public access for duration of the project, except for the folks we see that go out fishing every once in a while, if you ever notice. Thweet Park Pond project, construction should begin next week as long as there's no weather setbacks. And this project is also supposed to be finished by the fall of 23. Manoia Park, the walkway is design is about 90%. We are waiting on the archaeological survey. It is late. As required by the United States Army Corps of Engineers, it's estimated we should get those results here in the next few weeks. On the Dark Park reconstruction project, it's still in its design phase. It's around 30%. So the process continues on that. Beltline continuing to work on the median landscaping, and Moore Road pavement repair. Now that school is out, work is starting between Sandy Lake, Moore Road, that area for those panel replacements. So that concludes my report, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Item number 15 is Mayor and Council reports on recent upcoming events. Our administrative offices will be closed on Monday, June 19th, in observance of Juneteenth. This also includes the library, the senior center, the biodiversity center, animal services, and the arts center. The core will be operating regularly from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. with the outdoor pool from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. And the Wagon Wheel Tennis Center will be operating regularly from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And trash and recycling services will run as scheduled. We have Monday night on Monday, June 26th from 2 to 4 p.m. That's really not Monday. It's Movie Monday, not Monday movie night, from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. at the Cosby Library. And then plan a visit to the Arts Center this summer, as there are a number of events for families, concerts, and performances, including on June 19th, the Theater Coppell will present Superhero Adventures. June 21st is the June Paint and Sip with Coastal Lighthouse. And on June 24th is The Hitman, the classic rock supergroup. Item number 16 are the council committee reports concerning items of community involvement with no council action or deliberation permitted. These are both for Councilmember Hinojosa Smith. This is the report on COG and the North Texas Commission.
And in the interest of time, Mayor, I'm going to pass on her. Yeah, there's been a lot of discussion around traffic, looking at new technology in transportation, and I'm going to end it there.
And we all thank you.
Absolutely.
Item number 17 are public service announcements concerning items of community interest with no council action or deliberation permitted. Do we have any public service announcements? Seeing none, we will move on to number 18. There was no action necessary from the executive session. So number 19 is there being no further business before this council. We are adjourned at 11:37 p.m.